चलती रहे। एक दो उठा के देखूं, स्मेल स्मेल तो नहीं आ रही जल्दी।
फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें कदम हो,
मेरे वतन तेज कदम हो, फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें कदम हो। मेरे वतन तेज कदम हो, फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें कदम हो।
मेरे वतन है पाक चमन, है पाक चमन।
तेज कदम हो, फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें कदम हो।
जाना है हमें वक्त की रफ्तार से आगे, सूरज की किरण हमसे न पहले कभी जागे। कुव्वत के जो मजबूत हो धागे, टूटे न कभी अज़्म न हिम्मत कभी कम हो। फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें के दम हो।
मेरे वतन है पाक चमन, है पाक चमन।
मेरे वतन तेज कदम हो, फिर तुझसे मिलाए वो कदम जिसमें के दम हो।
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। On behalf of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, I, Rana Kamran Mahmood, welcome you all to our second virtual Innovation in Pharmacy conference. I feel privileged to introduce our speaker for this session. Professor Zahiruddin Babar is professor in medicine and healthcare and the director of Center of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice Research at University of Huddersfield, United Kingdom. He is globally known for his work in pharmaceutical policy and practice, including quality of use of medicine, clinical pharmacy practice, access to medicine, and issues related to pharmacoeconomics. He has published in high-impact journals as PLOS Medicines and Lancet and has acted as a consultant for WHO, Royal Pharmaceutical Society, Health Action International, International Union Against Tuberculosis and Lung Diseases, World Bank, European Union, International Pharmaceutical Federation, and for the Pharmaceutical Management Against Agency of New Zealand. His edited work include Economics Evaluation of Pharmacy Services, Pharmaceutical Prices in 21st Century, Pharmaceutical Policies in Countries with Developing Healthcare System, Global Pharmaceutical Policy, Pharmacy Practice Research Method, and Encyclopedia of Pharmacy Practice and Clinical Pharmacy. Published by Elsewhere Addis Springer, the work is used in curriculum design, policy development, and for referral all over the globe. Professor Zahiruddin Babar is also editor-in-chief in BMC Journal of Pharmaceutical Policy and Practice. Dr. Zahiruddin Babar will present on the topic of improving access to medicine. Professor Zahiruddin Babar, please share your screen with us. It's over to you. Thank you. Professor Zahiruddin Babar, please, can you please switch on your camera? Thank you very much, sir. The stage over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I would like to say thank you to Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan for giving me an opportunity to talk about developing an understanding on access to medicines. So I have about 20 minutes, so I will cover some of the key issues in access to medicines globally. So looking at the global spending, medicine spending, as you can see that the global medicine spending is increasing. In 2016, the spending was $80 billion. And this has increased in 2021 up to 1.5 trillion. So the global medicine spending is increasing about 3% annually. And the biologics, they contribute 52% of the top 100 products. Basically, biological and high-cost medicine, they are at the top of the list. In terms of spending, you can see that United States is the top because the reason being because it's in United States, there is no control on drug prices. So that's why you would see very high prices in United States, and more so the cost as well as the spending is quite a lot. This is followed by Europe, Australia, and then at the bottom you would see Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh. What are the major challenges with regards to access to medicine? As you can see that half of medicine spending is in United States, European Union, and then followed by Japan and other emerging economies. There is a specialty medicine growth, such as cancer, diabetes, and medicine expenditures are actually rising faster than other healthcare costs. So what I'm trying to say is that other healthcare costs, such as the physician salaries or hospitalization visits and things, they are not rising as faster as the medicine prices or medicine expenditures. And the reason being because there are new high-priced medicine, there's an aging population, people are living longer. And due to internet and self-care, there is increasing demand for specialty treatment and products for the patients because nowadays more patients and consumers, they are sort of well aware of demand for more medicines. So this would actually also have an increased push and pull mechanism to increase the usage of medicine, and this would also increase the drug expenditures. Access to essential medicine is a fundamental human right, according to United Nations. But then 400 million people all over the world, they lack access to medicine, and 300 million of them live in middle-income countries. Previously, access was an issue which was mostly in high-income countries, in low-income countries, developing countries, but this has increasingly become a major issue in European countries and Western economies as well because of the high prices of these drugs. So for example, in some countries, um, the budget, the total health budget, the 50% of it is consumed by high-priced cancer medicine. So you could have fantastic clinical pharmacy services in a country, but if you don't have medicines to basically deal with, you can't really do anything. So access is a central issue. So without having access to medicine, you can't really treat patients. The Lancet Commission estimated that basically you need $13 to $25 per capita in a country to finance basic 201 essential medicines. But ironically, many countries in low and middle income spectrum, they even spend less than $13 per capita on pharmaceuticals. So 13 to 25 is a very small amount of money if you look at the bigger scale of things. But even then, some countries even can't afford that, and they're not spending even $13 per capita on their consumers. Pharmaceuticals have a sort of major impact on cardiovascular diseases, both infectious and non-infectious diseases. So for example, this is a study which is basically showing that the cardiovascular disability adjusted life years, they fell by 30% in rich countries, but only 9% in poor countries. And the reason being because in rich countries, more people have access to cardiovascular medicines as compared to poor countries. So if you have more access, it means that you can improve the quality of life of the patients and you can reduce morbidity. So what are the factors which could impact on access and equity to medicines? There's no government control on drug prices in some countries. So for example, United States and Malaysia, there's absolutely no control. Use of innovative patents, where you could see that many countries would extend more than 20 years of patents, and development of specialty drugs, cancer and orphan medicines, which are really, really expensive. And why we see this inequity? Because we see that greater discrepancy exists in, for example, cancer, metastatic melanoma globally. So what it means that access depends on economic as well as health system performance parameters, and perhaps for this price negotiations and managed entry agreements, they're sort of needed. Previously, we have a sort of conception that the prices of newer drugs are higher and the older drugs will be cheaper, but that's interestingly doesn't seem to be the phenomenon. And there are studies coming out which is actually showing that there's a growth in the off-patent pharmaceutical prices. So for example, generic medicines which are being sold in UK and South Africa, they were priced more than 100 times the estimated cost of production. Some older medicines, for example, pyrimethamine, which has been there for a very long time. So in United States, the price of this medicine was hiked over 5,000%. So these are some of the examples you would see that the prices of older drugs are actually being hiked up, which is not helping the problem. Another phenomena is the development of specialty drugs in recent years. So for example, a large number of neocancer medicines are being developed over the years. And this is again the same. So for example, in European Medicine Agency or Health Canada, there are about 60%, 65% new sort of medicines which were created. And again, if you look at the comparison of these newer cancer medicines and the treatment of multiple sclerosis, as you can see on the screen, in mid-90s, this was in the range of about $8,000 to $10,000 which is $10,000 a year, which is in 2015 has gone to $60,000 a year. And some of the cancer drugs, which were about $100 per treatment per person in 60s, has gone over $10,000. So this can show you the range. One of the arguments which is being put in by the big pharma, the multinational pharmaceutical companies, that they would like to have the return on investment, the fairness on return on investment. That's why They do not disclose their research and development cost. But interestingly, many of the drugs which are being produced, they're being produced on orphan drugs, they're being produced on smaller number of trials and on lower development costs. And interestingly, United States, the National Institute of Health, they have been giving them public money to actually fund those medicines. So the pharmaceutical industry is free to charge those prices, but on the other hand, many of these drugs are funded by the government itself. So, for example, them tax credits, things like that. So this is a kind of a framework, I mean, spectrum of the problems. So what are the solutions in this context? So the solution is actually what we call it the fair pricing of medicine. So this is a concept which is being shared to mechanism to delink drug development costs from the final pricing. So building fairness, a fair pricing of the medicine, building a model for the fair pricing of medicine. So what does it mean? That actually you want to charge those prices which are supporting the pharmaceutical industry, but at the same time, it's actually fair for the consumers and patients as well. In those countries where basically you have where the out-of-pocket expenditures are really high. So there are many ways to improve access and affordability of medicine. So for example, you could control prices. So what is being done in Pakistan, India, and Bangladesh, which is a direct control. You could have indirect control, or like what is being done in United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand, where actually the government agencies, they negotiate with pharmaceutical companies and they negotiate prices with them. So there's an indirect control. And in many countries, they use value-based pricing, what we call it pharmacoeconomics. So this is not linked with the production cost of medicine, but actually it's assigning a value to a medicine. So it's nothing to do with how much is being spent to develop a medicine, but it's more towards giving a value, that how much it's going to increase, for example, quality adjusted life here. So there are different ways, and most countries in the world, they would control medicines prices through one way or another, three methods which I've described here. And from the examples, we have seen that in the countries where the prices are controlled, prices are in the reasonable range. So for example, this example from Bangladesh. So I was a consultant to this study, and we did it in 2016, 15, so 16, 17. And we found that most of the prices were in the fairer side in Bangladesh, except there were a few. And the country has a sort of price control mechanism. So if you have a price control mechanism, it means that basically it's working and you would improve access and affordability of medicine. Pakistan is also on the same side where you would see that majority of the drug prices are reasonable, I would say, except few. You can see in this blue lines, you could see that some of the prices are really, really high. So for example, fluconazole, omeprazole, we compare that with international reference prices, which are sort of benchmark. We saw that the prices of some of these drugs are like, you can see the fluconazole, which is about 60 times higher than international reference price. So just to give you an idea that if it is about 5 times, you would say that the prices are reasonable. But if it is 10, 15, 60, this really means that someone is really making money here. And this is another example of a country where the prices are not controlled. In Malaysia, you would see, for example, ciprofloxacin, which is about over 100 times higher than international reference prices. So some of these countries which have a sort of price mechanism, and some which do not. So Malaysia do not have it, and Pakistan and Bangladesh has it. And again, in New Zealand is another country which basically control expenditures. And before 1993, New Zealand has one of the highest prices in the world. By 1993, they instituted an agency called Pharmaceutical Management Agency of New Zealand, which actually sort of, worked by using different mechanisms. So for example, all these mechanisms have sort of improved access to medicine. So these were reference pricing, pharmacoeconomics, use of generic medicines. So you can see at the green side is the bar, which is basically showing that if New Zealand wouldn't have a PharmAC, Pharmaceutical Management Agency of New Zealand, then in 2020, the budget of New Zealand the budget on pharmaceuticals for New Zealand could have been 3,063 million New Zealand dollar. But because they have this agency, this has been reduced to 1,040 million dollar. So you can see that this is a serious business, that if you use these pricing strategies to improve access to medicine, then perhaps you would control your expenditures. So these are some of the other pertinent issues which are related to access and pricing, and this could promote access and affordability of medicine. So for example, voluntary licensing for hepatitis C medicine in 34 countries. So voluntary licensing means that actually you're giving licenses to pharmaceutical companies in low and middle income countries to manufacture those medicines which are still under patent. So we can see that this has improved access to hepatitis C treatment. Other things could have been actually the price secrecy and discrimination, because many of the prices which are being published in the public domain are not real prices. There are discounts and rebates given. So actually, if you publish those prices, this would be really good for the intergovernments and many countries to actually share the pricing data, which could improve the access and affordability of medicines. Reporting of pharmaceutical expenditure is really important, and if this reporting is coming from, pharmaceutical industry, and this could also improve access. So the three-step framework is basically to monitor, to have, to improve access, we need a robust monitoring and accountability system, appropriate collection of data, review, and necessary actions. So these are really improve access. On top of that, there's what we call it patient-centered, comprehensive primary care services. Because there's the time is coming, we're actually sort of moving from measuring availability of medicines towards focusing towards patient-centered, comprehensive primary care services, which improve equitable access to essential medicines. And this could improve the affordability or uptake of medicine, because in some countries, though we have seen that this has improved access. So for example, there was a treatment by Novartis for $1 treatment per month. But even then the people were not using those medicines. So it means that what you need more than that. So here where the role of pharmacist comes in terms of patient counseling and compliance and things like that. And this also means that collaboration is needed within all layers of healthcare. So in simple terms, even if you're providing free medicines to the poor, a $1 treatment, even then they're not using it. So it means that the access debate is basically more than that. So you need sort of more arguments. So this is a sort of a conceptual framework, so that you need to have all these things, pricing, procurement, availability. But on top of that, you could have patient-centered primary care pharmacy services as well. So these patient-centered mean that the pharmacist actually providing the care and support in terms of patient counseling, in terms of improving adherence and treatment and so on. So these are sort of, fundamental important concepts which are being linked. So improving access alone is not important, but actually on top of that, you could have these services as well. So in terms of recommendation, there are similar issues in policy and access to medicine in all spectrum of countries, whether they are low, middle, or high, but the scale of problem may differ. Traditional pricing and reimbursement policies are insufficient to ensure access. WHO roadmap outlined a number of areas, and fair pricing and management of intellectual property and procurement and supply chain management are some of the key issues. We need transparency in terms of not only giving the pricing, but also in terms of research and development. We need to support generic medicines. Okay, there's a lot of debate about brand and generics, but generics are equally good, and they can promote affordability of medicines in this context. So in concluding remarks, the published prices which you see may not be the real prices, because they could be discounts and rebates. Current policies on access may have little impact on procurement and pricing situation, and transparency is needed in pricing data so that the countries can make informed decisions. So this was a sort of a global overview of regarding access to medicine and pricing. And I spoke a lot on pricing because 90% of the access to medicine, equitable access to medicine is linked with pricing. So if the people, especially in low and middle income countries, because if where the out-of-pocket expenditures are really high, because if the prices are high, they wouldn't be able to afford it. This is less so important in those countries where, like in Australia, New Zealand, and United Kingdom, where the drugs are being bought by the pharmaceutical government agencies, where the patient doesn't really have to pay much for medicine or less amount of money for medicines. So it's less so impact on those countries. So with that, I would like to conclude and thank you very much. And thank you for inviting me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zahir. It's really an inspiring and it's a very good work, and we love to see your work all the time. Thank you for coming for and giving us your precious time and all the time whenever you come. Thank you very much, Dr. Zahir. I would
Thank you.
like to give the stage to Ms. Asfa Huda. Can you please join? Thank you.
Sure. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Afsa Huda and I'm welcome you all at Second International Innovation and Pharmacy Conference, Day 2. I'm honored to be a moderator of this session today. A little bit about me, I'm a PharmD graduate and currently working with CCAD. So as we move forward with the session, please allow me to introduce our respected speaker, Dr. Muhammad Aslam Siddiqui. Though he does not require any introduction, but I will try to do justice. Dr. Siddiqui is a PharmD graduate from University of Illinois, Chicago. He did his PGY1 residency in pharmacy practice. He also holds an MBA degree. He's a certified professional in health information and management system. Currently, he's director inpatient pharmacy services at Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi. He is one of the founding board member of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, which is a pharmacist-led volunteer organization. He believes in training young pharmacy professionals with the skill, competency to play their role in improving the healthcare. He's the man behind this vision. And today his topic is on, do you need more of EQ and IQ? So I would kindly request Dr. Siddiqui to please share your screen. Thank you so much.
Okay, I guess I am the one who is going to have trouble with my presentation. So let's see. Okay. So our moderators, do you have my presentation? Checking the system that we put in place.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Can you please display that? So while Afsa brings up the presentation, Alhamdulillah, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Earlier this month in September, I had the privilege to visit Karachi for a week. September 6th, I was there and I saw people celebrating Defense Day. And that made me think how, as a pharmacist, we are truly defenders against the harm medicines can cause people who are around us. As a pharmacist, I believe we are very fortunate to serve our community in many, many different ways. We should take pride in that. And please, throughout the presentation, I would like you to kindly participate in the chat box in YouTube and ask really hard questions if you can. So now to our topic, do you need more of IQ or EQ? So it's basically a discussion between our heart and our brain. So whenever you're ready, Afsa, we ready? So this is a discussion about brain and heart. The learning objectives are simply stated here that you can see. And I am pretty sure you will be able to easily learn all the three things that I have listed for you. What we will discuss today is definition of IQ and EQ. Then we will decide what do we need more of today. And if it is EQ, then why do we need EQ? How does it help us shape the society around us? And more than importantly, how does it shape us as individuals? Then naturally a question will come, is it learnable? If EQ is that important, is it learnable? And if it is learnable, what are some of the things that we can do to make ourselves better individuals? We will conclude with some takeaways, and I'm really hopeful that you will enrich this discussion with your questions and comments over the next 15 to 17 minutes that we are together. So first thing first, definition of IQ, which is intelligent quotient. It's basically a number to express the apparent relative intelligence of a person. आप एक test लेते हैं, the test then produces a number, and we use that number to say, you know what, this person has reasoning ability. And in short, how can we as individuals use information and logic to answer questions? So that's your IQ, intelligent quotient. When we come to emotional intelligence, or EQ, it's basically our ability to assess and control emotions of ourselves, of those who are around us, and of the groups that we are working with. So in simple, emotional intelligence jo hai, is not more than three things. Number one, self-awareness. Number two, self-management. And number three, self-direction. For those of you who are of my age, probably remember KBG, a Russian spy agency. But let me tell you, there is a model called KCG. K stands for know yourself. C stands for choose what you're going to do. And G is to give to the community and to others what you want. So doing it for a reason. I think it's a very simple model. We can go back, we'll go to the, there we go. Definition of EQ is where we are. So why do we think EQ is more important? A couple more slides would do. If you can move a couple of more slides, inshallah. One more. Why EQ? Zabardast. Nahin, piche jali. Why EQ is important. ठीक है. So we all want to live in a society that is full of potential, जहाँ पे लोग जो हैं वो एक दूसरे के साथ अच्छे से रहते हैं, where people are given the opportunity to the best of their abilities. A society जहाँ पे लोग एक दूसरे के साथ मिल के काम करते हैं, ना ये कि एक दूसरे की टांग खींचते हैं. A society where we build relationships, strong relationships. We give up our opinions to make sure we stay together. That kind of society we're looking for. Lekin if you look at some of the studies, we find that in this pictorial, you can see that even if you look at it in the work of, in light of work context, yeah, in light of study context in the schools, 90% of top performers have high emotional intelligence. 58% of your job performance depends on how much of emotional intelligence you have. And I think there is a number that is noted here. Okay, you probably end up making more money, if that's important for you, because of emotional intelligence. So if you're high on emotional intelligence, then you can expect the work to pay back in context of money as well. So moving on to next slide. Is emotional intelligence learnable? The good news is, yes, absolutely it is. So basically, what is then emotional intelligence? I said self-awareness, self-management, and self-direction. It's basically a basket of many skills. So next slide, please. And we can be better at those. It is collaboration. It is pursuing others. When we live in a society, when you work, when you go to school, when you are dealing with your relatives, we can design the best strategy in context of work. We can design the best curriculum in context of faculty or academia. Lekin if we don't have the ability to make people do what we want them to do, then there is no way we can achieve those strategies. And those skills, for example, negotiating, for example, conflict resolution, teamwork, building relationship, motivating others, dialogue with others, all of those skills are needed for us. And as leaders, we all know, okay, you cannot by yourself do things. You have to have others who are convinced that we need to achieve those things, and those things only will come if we have these skills that we can develop in others and in ourselves to be able to create the outcome that we want. So going on to next slide, you can say that, you know what, ye sab kitabi baatein hain, you are born with some things and you cannot really develop these skills. Once you have it, you have it. And I argue that this is not true. If you really want to put your mind to it, you can do that. However, aisa nahi ho sakta hai ki you go to sleep today, you get up tomorrow and you say, you know what, now I'm better at it. In anything, world class is a process. It is not an event. Next slide, please. So we will look at 3 skills together, inshallah, under the domain of self-awareness, self-management, and self-direction. Recognizing patterns fall under the self-awareness thing. Many a times we get triggered. I'm sure somebody at work causes you to feel something. Somebody within the family says something and you are very upset. You see somebody with another political party and you get upset. Your colleague at work or in a team at school, whenever they say something, it upsets you. So it can be a word, an action, or a thought that comes to your mind and that makes you upset. It wastes your time, it may waste money, and most importantly, it may give you emotional pain. So we need to be able to recognize our own triggers, and if there are patterns, you can work against it to be better at that. We may be somebody who interrupts meetings, or we don't like some people who are interrupting meetings. So we need to know how we observe these things so that we can become better at self-awareness. So recognizing pattern is under self-awareness. So this is a skill under self-awareness. Going on to the next slide, one thing jo hamare liye usually a very problematic thing, और वो ये कि comparison with everybody and anybody. Somebody is making more money, somebody is probably maybe smarter than us, they have a better position, etc., etc. But please always note that comparison is the thief of joy. So recognize that and avoid it as much as possible. So now this is a skill. I promise you कि मैं $1 million का promise नहीं कर रहा हूँ. I promise you कि you can start practicing this, and you will not only become a better version for yourself for your own benefit, but also as a spouse, as a brother, as a sister, as a colleague at work will be better, and people would appreciate that. So now moving on to the second domain. What is emotional intelligence? We discussed 3 things: awareness, जिसमें हमने already recognizing pattern skills की बात की है. Now we're going to the second domain of self management. उसमें जो skill आप maybe सीख सकते हैं, it is about making choices, making certain कि आप जो भी decision करने वाले हैं, now that you have recognized the pattern, you are very, very upset on something, and you're going to take an action, recognizing that action has a cost and benefit. So you need to pause. आप उसके लिए मुख्तलिफ तरीके कर सकते हैं. One of the models says कि pause for 6 seconds. उसके बाद अगर आपको कोई decision लेना है ना, it's fine. Now that you are not making a decision on autopilot, now that you have looked at the consequences of making those decisions, so how can you effectively choose between one option or the other option? So remember an acronym PACK: pause before you act. So pause, acknowledge, and then clear your mind. So make sure, ask your question कि मैं अगर ये action करूँगा तो what will I accomplish? Will I accomplish my goals in life? Will I be able to strengthen the relationship or break the relationship? What do I really want with this action? आपको simple example देता हूँ. You go in a very heavy traffic, and you see somebody cutting in front of you, and you're going to honk. ठीक है, आप जो है वो बहुत जोर से हॉर्न बजाएंगे, ठीक है, you are very, very upset. But have you ever thought कि या ये कि आप जो है कोई आपके आगे आना चाह रहा है, you're going to make sure कि वो आपके आगे नहीं आ सकता, right? But have you ever thought maybe this person is going home for an emergency? Is it possible? Very possible. By honking, you didn't gain anything. You didn't benefit from anything. So ask, okay, what do I really want at that particular point of time? Or what choices do I have? Can I do something else before I move on and cause some damage in whatever I'm about to do? So moving on to our third domain, which has to do with self-direction, doing or connecting to things that are beyond us, to really realize and ask ourselves, what is important for us in our life? What really, really matters? What makes you log in at this time, which is about 9:40, I guess, in Pakistan, or 8:40 in Pakistan? What makes you log in to learn something? Why are you volunteering for something? What do you want to contribute to the world? If you have a clear goal and you are pursuing that goal, it helps you to focus on what is important. Many a times, हमारे जो goals होते हैं, they may be very self-focused, very, very narrow. तो हमारे goals हमारी मदद नहीं करते. We don't look at for the good of others. Those noble goals, things that we want to do as pharmacists, as community members, or any other role that we play, the goal has to be bigger than us. We want to make sure that pharmacists get recognition in Pakistan, as an example. It should not be something that may be completed in our life. It could be that it will be realized after we go away. It should be pointed towards others, meaning outwards, not for your self-benefits. It needs to be looking at the good for others. It needs to be something that jo aapko help kare to get up in the morning happy that now today you're going to walk out of your home and you're going to make a difference in somebody's life. Lastly, आपके इस गोल को pursue करने में nobody should be made less. आपको किसी के ऊपर run over करके अपने गोल को हासिल नहीं करना है, बल्कि सबको लेकर चलना है ताकि we can all become better at what we are. ये सब चीजें करने के लिए मेहनत की तो जरूरत होगी, right? We need to make sure first we realize that we have and we want to do this. So if you go on to next slide, I have shared a quote. okay, it may not be there. So anyway, before we go to the quote, I guess we need to wrap up what we learned so far. So self-awareness, recognizing pattern एक skill है जो आप सीख सकते हैं. Under self-management, making choices एक skill है जिस पे आप काम कर सकते हैं. And self-direction, pursuing goals, जिस पे आप काम कर सकते हैं. And as simple as that, this is emotional intelligence. Is it hard? No, it's not. Is it important? Yes, it is. Do you want to do it? It's your decision. So going on to next, if you do want to do it, next slide. Remember कि सिर्फ सोचने से या ख्वाब देखने से जो है, nothing is going to change. While you sleep, your dreams don't come true. Next slide, please. तो किसी भी चीज के लिए आपको मेहनत करने की जरूरत होगी. Even for what we are doing as an organization, we need to make sure कि we understand कि कुछ भी हासिल करने के लिए सब्र की जरूरत होती है. And awesome, to be awesome, we need to really be patient. जैसे मिसाल के तौर पे फजर की नमाज पे उठने के लिए आपको you need a lot of patience, right? You go fight against your own nafs, but then you get up because you know by doing that you are becoming awesome. So takeaways. Next slide, please. Okay, please remember, okay, better awareness, meaning learning about yourself, growing, and if it requires changing, is emotional intelligence. Making better choices, meaning implementing the pause, acknowledging what you have, and then making a decision is what you need. And all of this would go and take you towards better results. Always keep in mind that change आसान नहीं होगी. You need to have optimism, and you need to have the drive to make the change for the results that you want. अगर आप मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन में से किसी भी चीज को याद नहीं रखें, it's okay. But ये चीज को जरूर याद रखिएगा कि intelligent quotient or intelligence quotient जरूरी है. Hard skills are absolutely needed. लेकिन your attitude determines your altitude. यहाँ पे जितने भी pharmacy leaders देख रहे हैं या देखेंगे, I would love to hear from them later on. Is that not true at work? Though pharmacists with same IQ can be added, can be hired, लेकिन उनमें से सिर्फ एक ही pharmacist जो है वो grow करता है, and that person definitely has a better attitude. Somebody asked a question, okay, how to figure out that is better choice. आपकी choice will be driven by what you want to achieve in life. अगर आपको relationship की फिक्र नहीं है, तो go say something bad. If you think you know everything, don't listen to anybody. So you would know what is a better choice. The key is कि you have to pause. You have to pause and don't do things on auto. बेशक आपका जो नजरिया है उसको कहते रहें, उसको करते रहें, आगे बढ़ते रहें, लेकिन you have to be able to practice emotional intelligence if you are going to live in a society. Next slide, please. And I always say thank you to Dr. Samina Badr. I think we have discussed this I have with her several times. Always remember that tomorrow is better than today. जैसे कुरान में भी कहा गया है कि tomorrow is definitely better than today. अगर हम यहाँ पे हैं तो we need to have that यकीन, और अगर हम यहाँ पे नहीं रहते हैं तो we know okay, we're going to a better place. So with this, I will conclude, and I am sorry about the initial mishap. Just testing the system. No, I was not. Switched my laptop, and my laptop didn't have my presentation, the one I'm using currently. I don't know if I have time, but if I do, I'll be happy to answer any other question that you may have. I did not see any questions in the chat box, so I'm assuming all went well. Afsa, you can take it from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. It was a really nice presentation and it's a very different topic. I have one question that you talk about developing skills for EQ. So are there any tools through which we can measure it? Sir, we cannot hear you.
Afsa, there are many models out there, and as an emotional intelligence coach, the coaching classes that I took were from 6 seconds. It's one, but there are many others that gives you tool to really assess. But to me, the best thing is be conscious of what you're doing. Ask others to evaluate you, and that will help you. So start there, and then make it more sophisticated if you want to.
Sure. And sir, how does EQ defines one's strength and weaknesses?
EQ
What
is all
part
about,
does EQ play?
Yeah, EQ is all about the strengths. It has nothing to do with weakness. It's not a weakness to give up your own opinion to save a relationship. Please remember this. You can give up your opinion. Don't feel shy. Don't feel weak, and save a relationship. Inshallah, as you grow, you will realize this. And those who are already wiser and have a number of years would tell you that this is a strength. So EQ is all about strength. It's never about weakness.
Thank you so much, sir. And with this, I will hand over this session to our fellow moderator, and stay tuned with us. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
Assalamu alaikum. Welcome to the second International Innovation in Pharmacy Virtual Conference. My name is Ariba Khan and I am a pharmacist working as an e-commerce in charge. Now I would like to welcome Dr. Syed Wasim Gilani. He is currently working as an associate professor and acting chair in the Department of Pharmacy Practice at Girls Medical University. He has done the clinical trials in protocol development and data management, and he is much more focused on diabetes and metabolic disorder. He worked as an associate professor in Tampa University for 5 years and has a lecturer in Monash University and University Seng, Malaysia. Sir, can you please share your screen?
Sure. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Is my screen is visible to everyone? Can anybody share
Yes,
that?
sir. Yes, sir. Your screen is shared to everyone.
Perfect. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I would really like to thank Dr. Muhammad Sidiki. He's definitely a guy of certain passions. Due to short time, can I ask one question to all the people? I think there are 15 people right now, right?
Right, sir.
Okay, so can I ask one question that if you, all of you are supposedly working right now, so if I ask you what is the best competency you have right now, what would be your answers?
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Very good. Anyone else?
Communication.
Communication. Very good. Dr. Sidiki sir he's always picked the best one. Okay. Anyone else? Sorry, which one?
Flexibility.
Flexibility, Dr. Zishan sir. Thank you very much. So I'm going to talk about few things, and I'm trying to explain you what are the things that is required and we are significantly lacking in our practice. Probably हमारा जो curriculum है, that is not properly developed or mapped. So I'm going to discuss in detail with these contents. First of all, we will talk about AACP CAPE outcomes. Then we will talk about 6 core traits जो एक pharmacy profession के लिए ज़रूरी है. Then we will talk about a CCP, clinical pharmacist competencies, and how we expect these competencies to grow with the level of experience. So एक undergraduate level के लिए क्या competencies हो सकती हैं, एक PGY1 के लिए क्या competency होंगी, and then if you become a clinical pharmacist, what would be your competency with the same domain. फिर हम बात करेंगे एएसीपी की इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज, लाइक एक ग्रेजुएट के पास मिनिमम क्या कॉम्पिटेंसी होनी चाहिए कि वो एक प्रोफेशनल या एक फार्मासिस्ट कहलाए। एंड देन हम बात करेंगे कि एक एजुकेशनल गाइडलाइंस डॉक्यूमेंट मुख्तलिफ कॉम्पिटेंसीज को, अगर वो नैप्लेक्स की हो या पेशेंट फार्मासिस्ट केयर प्लान की हो या वो केप आउटकम्स की हो या वो एएसएचपी की गाइडलाइंस हो या वो इंटरेस्टेबल की हो, हाउ वी कैन मैप देम इन आवर करिकुलम। और इन द एंड मैं आपको कुछ रेफरेंसेस दूंगा दैट हाउ वी कैन एक्चुअली डू आवर सेल्फ असेसमेंट on entrustable professional activities, and then I would like to take your question and answers on that. So let's start with AACP. They developed the CAPE educational outcomes. They called it Center for Advanced Pharmaceutical Education. In 2013 इन्होंने 4 डोमेन्स में फार्मेसी एजुकेशन को डिफाइन किया। डोमेन 1 फंडामेंटल और फाउंडेशनल नॉलेज, Domain 2, essential for practice and care competencies. Domain 3 has competencies in which they are primarily reporting to approach to practice and care. And Domain 4 is more of personal and professional development. अब क्योंकि आप लोगों ने डॉक्टर सिद्दीकी सर को मेरे से पहले सुन लिया, तो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि मैं आप लोगों को थोड़ा सा एक लिंक दूं इधर कि सर वाज टॉकिंग अबाउट एटीट्यूड एंड, और जब मैं इन कॉम्पिटेंसीज के ऊपर बात करूंगा, सो यू विल नो दैट दीज कॉम्पिटेंसीज आर मच रिलेटेड टू एटीट्यूड। और इन कॉम्पिटेंसीज को एक्वायर करने के लिए डेफिनेटली वही वाली बात जो सिद्दीकी सर ने पहले आप लोगों को कही है कि वी कैन डेवलप सर्टेन कॉम्पिटेंसीज एंड the question is how we need to develop. So probably in the end of this presentation you will have those answers. So अब पर्पस क्या है इस स्केप आउटकम्स का? मेरे ख्याल में आप लोग प्रोबेबली जानते होंगे कि देयर इज 2 लेवल ऑफ प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट, प्रोफेशनल और एजुकेशनल डेवलपमेंट, हॉरिजॉन्टल लेवल एंड वर्टिकल लेवल। तो ये केप आउटकम्स इस लेवल पे डिजाइन किए गए हैं कि आप विद द प्रोग्रेशन ऑफ प्रोफेशनल ईयर आपकी हॉरिजॉन्टल एज वेल एज वर्टिकल ग्रोथ दोनों पैरेलली मैप्ड हो। मतलब आप में सर्टेन कॉम्पिटेंसीज जैसे प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग है और सर्टेन कॉम्पिटेंसीज लाइक सिस्टम बेस्ड केयर दोनों इंटरलिंक्ड हो, एंड देन you will get competencies and you will get experience in both at the same time. So the horizontal as well as vertical progression. So it's up to you. You want to take horizontal as a time and vertical as a competencies, or you want to take vertical as a time and horizontal as a competencies. It's up to you. But with the time, you must have certain progression in those competencies. Ab initially, I'm going to talk very little about it. I'm giving references. If anybody want to go for details, please go with the references. है तो ये कॉम्पिटेंसी नंबर 1, दैट इज लर्नर, लेकिन मेरी नजर में दिस इज द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट कॉम्पिटेंसी टू अक्वायर। रीजन, जब मैं इस कॉम्पिटेंसी को देखता हूं तो मुझे 3 वर्ड्स नजर आते हैं: डेवलप, इंटीग्रेट एंड अप्लाई। अब दिस इज समथिंग लाइक अ प्रैक्टिस। ये जब हम वर्ड लर्नर यूज करते हैं तो हम नॉर्मली हमारे जहन में ये आता है कि यार वी विल लर्न द लेक्चर्स, वी विल लर्न द कॉन्सेप्ट एंड दैट्स इट। नो, हियर द कॉन्सेप्ट इज डेवलप, कि आप कुछ चीज डेवलप करें। यू इंटीग्रेट, आप एक नॉलेज को दूसरे नॉलेज के साथ, प्रोबेबली फार्मास्यूटिकल नॉलेज और फार्माकोलॉजिकल नॉलेज को क्लिनिकल साइंसेस के नॉलेज के साथ इंटीग्रेट करें, एंड देन उस integration के दौरान you will come up with some conclusions, and these conclusions you need to apply for your patient centered care. Okay, so मेरी नजर में ये सबसे मुश्किल competency है। 90% स्टूडेंट्स में मुझे इसका लैक नजर आता है, क्योंकि लोग probably they study for the sake of just to study, get some degree and that's it. This competency is the hardest one. क्योंकि ये कॉम्पिटेंसी इन द एंड जाके आपका कंटिन्यूस प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट बिहेवियर या एटीट्यूड निकालती है। जिन लोगों में ये कॉम्पिटेंसी नहीं होती, व्हाट विल हैपन आफ्टर डिग्री, दे बिकम स्टैग्नेंट एंड डल टू वन पोजीशन एंड दे स्टे देयर फॉरएवर। Second, competencies or domain of competencies is essential for practice. Now, there are 4 competencies in it. Patient-centered care. You should be caregiver. आपकी जो care हो वो patient-oriented हो, patient-centered हो. You develop the plans based on the assessment, identification, and all those procedures what we know. Medication management system ho. You will be manager, either you are talking about automation system or you are talking about inpatient system or outpatient system. You must be a good manager in medication management system. A pharmacist must be a promoter, health and wellness promoter. So एक certain community को या एक certain domain को या एक certain high risk population को you will go and promote health related information, या उनको आप knowledge दें या आप उनको care दें. Population based care, that is more of a provider. These are the competencies, 4 competencies जो लाजमी होती हैं किसी भी pharmacist को practice करने के लिए. Now the problem comes, अगर मैं कहूं कि ये कॉम्पिटेंसी मैंने अपने कैरिकुलम में डालनी है तो मैं ये कैसे डालूंगा? और ये ही सबसे डिफिकल्ट पार्ट है, क्योंकि मेरी नजर में हर कैरिकुलम या हर एजुकेशनल सिस्टम ये समझता है कि गिविंग लेक्चर कैन मेक समवन अ पेशेंट सेंटर्ड और अ केयर गिवर. क्या मैं किसी को लेक्चर दे के केयर गिवर बना सकता हूं? नहीं. क्या मैं किसी को लेक्चर दे के प्रमोटर स्किल्स उसमें डेवलप कर सकता हूं? नहीं. तो ये चीजें ऐसी हैं मेरी नजर में that requires practice and that requires a structured practice, not just practice but a structured practice. So इसके लिए different teaching skills required होती हैं. आपको different methodologies apply करनी पड़ती हैं कैरिकुलम में. मुख्तलिफ TBL sessions, OSCE sessions, mock sessions, simulated sessions, virtual patient sessions करने पड़ते हैं ताकि पेशेंट एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट में पेशेंट सेंटर्ड प्रैक्टिस करे या एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट में मेडिकेशन डिस्पेंसिंग एंड एवेल्युएशन प्रैक्टिसेस करे. थर्ड डोमेन, अप्रोच टू प्रैक्टिस एंड केयर. आई मस्ट से कि मैं थोड़ा सा फास्ट हूं क्योंकि आई हैव बीन टोल्ड कि मुझे 20 मिनट्स के अंदर फिनिश करना है, तो ये देयर इज मच टू से. इन फ्यूचर अगर किसी बंदे को मोर एक्सप्लेनेशंस या कुछ भी आपको चाहिए हो, आई एम ऑलवेज वेलकम, बट आई नीड टू फिनिश अप विद फ्यू थिंग्स. अब थर्ड डोमेन, मेरी नजर में ये डोमेन एक ऐसा डोमेन है जिसमें एटीट्यूड और सर्टन स्किल्स, पेशेंट सेंटर स्किल्स, लर्नर स्किल्स, या आपका नॉलेज, बैकग्राउंड नॉलेज, या मल्टी फैक्टर्स इन्वॉल्व होते हैं इस इन स्किल्स में. दैट यू मस्ट बी अ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर. लेकिन हाउ यू कैन बिकम अ प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर अगर आपके पास फार्माकोथेरेपी नॉलेज ही नहीं है, या if you have not enough knowledge on informatics, if you don't have enough knowledge how to do evidence based practice, you cannot be a problem solver. So ye jo approach to practice and care hai, it requires background, multiple knowledge or multiple skills to acquire this knowledge. Probably मेरे ख्याल में ये सवाल यहाँ पे पूछना जरूरी होगा कि आप लोग क्या समझते हैं कि इसमें से सबसे ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट और इंपॉर्टेंट फैक्टर कौन सा है? डेफिनेटली कम्युनिकेटर इज अ पार्ट ऑफ इट, बट एक्सेप्ट कम्युनिकेटर, एनीवन?
Problem solver.
Problem solving, Gariba. Thank you. Anyone else?
It's always difficult. The ego आया था, तो I think collaborator.
Dr. Mohammed, you are always, Dr. Sidiki sir, you are always right. हमें जब हम अपने कैरिकुलम को देखते हैं तो हमें प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर समहाउ केस स्टडीज के ऊपर प्रैक्टिस करते हुए लोग नजर आ जाते हैं, एजुकेटर्स नजर आ जाते हैं. आप डिस्चार्ज काउंसलिंग करते हैं, इन पेशेंट काउंसलिंग करते हैं, यू कैन बी एन एजुकेटर इन दैट. कल्चर सेंसिटिविटी, डेफिनेटली डिफरेंट सेट्स ऑफ नॉर्म्स होते हैं सर्टन कल्चर्स के, आप अपनी वो डेली लाइफ में प्रैक्टिस करते हैं. सबसे डिफिकल्ट पार्ट आते हैं कोलैबोरेटर। ना यहां पे वर्ड कोलैबोरेटर इज एन इंटर प्रोफेशनल कोलैबोरेटर। लाइक आप एक हेल्थ केयर टीम के कोलैबोरेटर, आप डॉक्टर, नर्स, डाइटिशियंस, फिजियोथेरापिस्ट, साइकाइट्रिस्ट, ऑल ऑफ यू बिकम अ टीम। और टीम का हर मेंबर अपनी कॉम्पिटेंसी को यूज करते हुए एक कोलैबोरेटिव प्लान में अपना इनपुट दे। एंड यू विल बी द एक्सपर्ट इन मेडिसिन, तो आप उसके मुताबिक बी बिकम अ कोलैबोरेटर। ये सबसे मुश्किल पार्ट है किसी भी कैरिकुलम में, इस कॉम्पिटेंसी को इंप्लीमेंट करना। कम्युनिकेटर, नो डाउट, हमारी नजर में कम्युनिकेटर इज नॉट जस्ट a person who will just communicating and dispensing prescription. No, communicator is more of an educator, more of a patient advocate, or more of a collaborator. इन तमाम skills के लिए you must be a communicator. अगर आप properly verbally and non-verbally communicate नहीं कर पा रहे with your research team or with your professional team, healthcare team, it's impossible that you have acquired certain competency. और without this competency, मेरी नजर में you will be a pseudo pharmacist. You will not actually a pharmacist without this competency. Last domain is personal and professional development. मैं हमेशा अपने students को ये बात बोलता हूँ, please, ठीक है, we are busy in a lot of things, or definitely work is there, but always invest in yourself. Do something, invest yourself. And the first part, what to invest is yourself, is about self awareness. आपको सबसे पहले तो अपनी analysis करनी चाहिए. Examine and reflect what you know, what are your strengths, what are your weaknesses, and your next plan of personal and professional development should be based on your weaknesses. यहां पे बात weaknesses की ये नहीं हो रही कि यार I have this weakness और मैं इसको कभी overcome नहीं कर सकता. There is no such thing as जिसको आप लर्न नहीं कर सकते. Everything can be acquired, can be learned, but condition क्या है? You must use a appropriate technique to learn that. Then there are leadership qualities. Leadership qualities required you to demonstrate responsibility. You will take responsibility of actions, your working ethics. Innovation and entrepreneurship, this is a very good point. और ये भी हमें बहुत ज्यादा लैक या इसकी बहुत ज्यादा हमें लेस इन्वॉल्वमेंट मिलती है हमारे कैरिकुलम्स में, जिसके ऊपर मुझे ये लगता है कि वी आर प्रोड्यूसिंग फार्मासिस्ट हु आर एक्चुअली नॉट थिंकिंग एनीथिंग. they are not creating anything. Why? Because they were not trained to think in an innovative way. Professionalisms, definitely professionalism involved your behavior, your values, और professionalism एक ऐसी चीज है जो एक दिन में या ओवरनाइट क्रिएट नहीं की जा सकती. It requires constant mentoring, it requires constant practice, constant advising with your seniors, and even your own working ethics involved here. अब जब मैं जब इन तमाम कॉम्पिटेंसीज को कोर कॉम्पिटेंसीज 6 कोर कॉम्पिटेंसीज में लाऊं, क्योंकि ये ऑलमोस्ट 15 कॉम्पिटेंसीज हैं केप आउटकम्स की जो कि 4 डोमेन्स में डाली गई हैं. अगर मैं इनको 6 कोर कॉम्पिटेंसीज में लाऊं जो कि फर्दर मैप्ड होती हैं मल्टीपल कॉम्पिटेंसीज में, सो अ फार्मासिस्ट, एक फार्मासिस्ट में एटलीस्ट ये 6 कॉम्पिटेंसीज होना बहुत जरूरी है. मस्ट बी पेशेंट सेंटर्ड, promote public health, must be a good managerial skills or medication management system skills, must be a good in drug and health informatics skills that is required for evidence based practice. आजकल की 21st century की the most जो सबसे ज्यादा demanding requirement है वो that is evidence based medicines or evidence based practice. Communicate and collaborate. You communicate and you collaborate. Not just simply communicate, but you also collaborate interprofessional level. and you practice professionalism. Now professionalism again, अगर हम इसके एक professionalism के ऊपर ही बात करें तो I think we need hours to talk about it. So let's move on. Now जो अभी तक हमने बात की वो थी केप आउटकम्स जो एक एजुकेशन में डाली जाती है. तो अमेरिकन कॉलेजेस ऑफ क्लिनिकल फार्मेसी इन्होंने एक क्लिनिकल फार्मासिस्ट की कॉम्पिटेंसीज बनाई और वो भी सेम. देयर आर 6 competencies: decision making skills, direct patient care, pharmacotherapy knowledge, ethics, continuous professional development, managerial skills. लेकिन इन्होंने क्या किया कि इन्होंने ये डिफाइन किया कि ये स्किल या हर एक इन्होंने दे पिक अप वन स्किल वन बाय वन और उन्होंने कहा कि इस स्किल की मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट क्या होनी चाहिए एट ग्रेजुएशन लेवल. और जब एक बंदा PGY1 करता है तो द सेम स्किल मस्ट बी प्रोग्रेस टू व्हाट लेवल. और जब यही बंदा रीच करता है विद द इयर्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस टू अ क्लिनिकल फार्मासिस्ट लेवल तो वही स्किल किस लेवल पे होनी चाहिए. तो आई एम गिविंग यू वन एग्जांपल हियर कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स के ऊपर. Rest, there are so many other examples are also provided. Please go through with the document whenever required. तो अगर आप यहां देखें, I really want to mention here, अगर आप यहां देखें तो इसकी रिक्वायरमेंट क्या है कि एक ग्रेजुएट मस्ट परफॉर्म appropriate times during patient care. Like उसने कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स उसने पेशेंट के साथ या इंटरडिसिप्लिनरी टीम के साथ कम्युनिकेट किया हो for appropriately times, maybe 5 times in a month or maybe 10 times in a whole rotation time या whole APIs time. उसने 10 times एक एक्टिविटी को परफॉर्म किया हो और वो एक्टिविटी उसकी इस लेवल पे चली गई हो कि that they don't require supervision. Now this activity become entrustable activity. ये मिनिमम रिक्वायरमेंट है एट द टाइम ऑफ ग्रेजुएशन. जब एक फार्मासिस्ट ग्रेजुएट होता है he must have this competency at that level. अब यही ग्रेजुएट यही फार्मासिस्ट जब 2 years of PGY1 कंप्लीट करता है तो उसमें यही कॉम्पिटेंसी लेवल पे जानी चाहिए कि वो पेशेंट केयर टीम के साथ कंसेंसस डेवलप करे और नेगोशिएशन डेवलप करे. मतलब जब वो कोई एक रिकमेंडेशन दे तो वो लोगों को कन्विंस कर पाए अपने डिसीजन के ऊपर कि द डिसीजन आई एम गिविंग यू द या मैं जो सजेशन आपको दे रहा हूं दिस सजेशन हैव दिस साइंटिफिक बैकग्राउंड. और वो उस पूरी टीम जो 5 मेंबर्स की या 6 मेंबर्स की कोलैबोरेटिव टीम है उन सब में कंसेंसस डेवलप करे और अपने फेवर में या टू द फेवर ऑफ द पेशेंट सेंट्रिक केयर कंसेंसस डेवलप करे एंड नेगोशिएट करे उस डिसीजन को जो उसने लिया. अगर ये कॉम्पिटेंसीज आप में डेवलप में हो गई है तो इट मींस कि आप में एनफ एविडेंस बेस्ड प्रैक्टिस स्किल्स आ गई हैं, आप में एनफ कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स आ गई हैं, आप में एनफ नेगोशिएशन स्किल्स आ गई हैं कि यू कैन डेवलप कंसेंसस इन द टीम एंड द टीम हैव अ कॉन्फिडेंस इन यू नाउ. अब यही फार्मासिस्ट जब PGY2 या क्लिनिकल फार्मासिस्ट की पोस्ट उठाता है तो उसमें अब उसका सिनेरियो चेंज हो जाता है. अब इसमें यह कॉम्पिटेंसी होनी चाहिए कि वो मुख्तलिफ सिनेरियोस पे ऑडियंस के आगे, पेशेंट्स के आगे या उनके फैमिली मेंबर्स के आगे या टीम मेंबर्स के आगे या एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के आगे इफेक्टिवली कम्युनिकेट कर पाए अपने डिसीजन को बेस्ड ऑन द करंट एविडेंस गाइडलाइंस. अब यहाँ पे उसका सिनेरियो उसकी पॉपुलेशन इंक्रीज हो गई है as compared to the graduation. So similarly इस तरह की और भी एग्जांपल्स हैं, बेशुमार एग्जांपल्स हैं डिसीजन मेकिंग की, डायरेक्ट पेशेंट केयर की, मैनेजरल स्किल्स की, एथिक्स की, जो कि हमें पता होनी चाहिए कि विद द टाइम हाउ वी नीड टू प्रोग्रेस दीज स्किल्स. सिर्फ डेवलपमेंट ऑफ स्किल्स इज नॉट एनफ. विद द पैसेज ऑफ टाइम जब आप में एक एक्सपर्टीज डेवलप हो गई है, यू नीड टू प्रोग्रेस दोज क्लिनिकल कॉम्पिटेंसीज. अब इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज क्या हैं? इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज की आपको मैं कुछ एग्जांपल्स दूंगा. यहाँ पे बेशुमार हमारे पास एग्जांपल्स हैं. हमारे पास एग्जांपल्स 215 केप आउटकम्स हैं, लेकिन मैं बात करूंगा जो इंपॉर्टेंट है. पेशेंट केयर. यस
sir, it's just a reminder that we have a short time.
Short time, so I'm going to quick now. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
वेलकम वेलकम. सो पेशेंट केयर की कुछ एग्जांपल्स यहाँ पे हैं कि वो कलेक्ट कर पाएं. इसी तरह इंटर प्रोफेशनल टीम की कुछ यहाँ पे डिटेल्स हैं कि हाउ दे कैन कोलैबोरेट एंड कम्युनिकेट. ये एक्टिविटीज वो परफॉर्म कर पाएं विदाउट एनी सुपरविजन. इसी तरह हेल्थ प्रमोशन की ये कुछ एग्जांपल्स हैं. सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट की कुछ एग्जांपल्स हैं, हाउ यू कैन बी अ सेल्फ डेवलपमेंट डोमेन या योर कंटिन्यूस प्रोफेशनल डोमेन. अब मुख्तलिफ कॉलेजेस मुख्तलिफ कैरिकुलम फॉलो करते हैं. कोई नेपलेक्स को फॉलो करता है, कोई कैप को फॉलो करता है, कोई एसीपी स्टैंडर्ड्स को फॉलो करता है, कोई इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल डेवलपमेंट या एक्टिविटीज को फॉलो करता है. तो ये कुछ एग्जांपल्स हैं हाउ यू कैन मैप योर डिफरेंट कॉम्पिटेंसीज ऑल अक्रॉस डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स. ओके, तो आपका कॉलेज या आपकी जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है वो किसी को भी अगर फॉलो कर रहा है, यू कैन इजिली मैप विद अदर्स. सो दीज आर फ्यू एग्जांपल्स. अब एज अ क्लिनिकल फार्मासिस्ट अगर आपने अपनी कॉम्पिटेंसी आप अपने आप को वैल्यूएट करना चाह रहे हैं तो एक फॉर्म अवेलेबल है जिसमें तमाम इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज और इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटीज की डिटेल्स हैं कि आर यू एबल टू डू दिस और नॉट, एंड देयर आर सर्टेन मार्किंग्स फॉर इट एंड दीज एग्जांपल्स आर देयर. तो आप वो फॉर्म लेके यू कैन डू योर सेल्फ असेसमेंट एंड यू कैन नो कि कौन सी ऐसी इंटरेस्टेबल प्रोफेशनल एक्टिविटी है जिसमें मैं लैकिंग कर रहा हूं, और देन यू कैन वर्क विद दैट. अब एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन एंड नॉट क्वेश्चन एक्चुअली लास्ट इंफॉर्मेशन. आई नो के लोगों का ये कहना होगा कि यार हाउ वी कैन डेवलप दीज एक्टिविटीज इन ओवर सेल्फ. अगर आप ये डेवलप करना चाह रहे हो अपने अंदर, तो I think that please stay tuned with Dr. Mohammed Sidiki. We are planning to have some online platform. We are trying to develop some courses with specific activities to develop these competencies in our pharmacists. So thank you very much. Any questions, please? Any questions? Seems.
If anyone has a question, please ask.
Dr. Wasif, just one quick question. So in order for you to develop a competency, whichever one it is, in your opinion, how much time it takes if you do develop some labs or activities, etc.? Just overview.
Okay, so let me give you a quick answer for that, Siddiqui sir. देखें, अगर मैं कहूं कि मैंने प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स किसी में डेवलप करनी है, तो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग स्किल्स के लिए मुझे सबसे पहले उसके अंदर बेस लाइन फार्माकोथेरेपी स्किल्स डालनी पड़ेंगी. मुझे उसके अंदर थोड़ी सी एविडेंस बेस्ड प्रैक्टिस की स्किल्स डालनी पड़ेंगी, एंड देन आई नीड टू मोल्ड दो स्किल्स विद सर्टन एक्टिविटीज के उसमें प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग की मैपिंग आ जाए. मतलब एक बंदे में ये बिहेवियर डेवलप हो जाए कि हाउ आई नीड टू टेक और व्हाट नॉलेज आई नीड टू टेक फ्रॉम एविडेंस, व्हाट नॉलेज आई नीड टू टेक फ्रॉम द फार्माकोथेरेपी, और हाउ आई नीड टू इंटीग्रेट. नॉर्मली मेरी नजर में एक बेसिक लेवल कॉम्पिटेंसी रिक्वायर एट लीस्ट कंसिस्टेंट प्रैक्टिस of 160 hours. Now 160 hours means के आप probably 3 to 4 hours per day भी अगर दो, then it can be 2 months or 40 days. अगर आप 1 to 2 hours और कम कर दो, then you require 3 months. अगर आप 4 to 5 hours दो दिन के, then you might require 20 days or maximum 30 days to develop that skill.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasif.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Looks like no question. Thank you very much, everyone,
Thank you
for
so
listening
much.
to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wasif. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Janin Sarwar. She is a self-motivated PharmD creating innovations in digital publishing and continuing education for healthcare providers. A strategic and mindset of innovation, growth, and calculated rates, print and digital publishing
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Doctor, we can hear you.
Okay, wonderful. I'm just pulling up my screen. Or is Dr. Ariba able to share my screen? Sure. I can do it. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. My name is Dr. Janan Sarwar. I really appreciate GBTPP for inviting me today. I'm going to talk to you about a special topic because we're in a global world right now about making meaningful connections in a digital world. We're going to talk a little bit about networking. Before I begin, I would like to disclose that I am the Chief Content Officer of Happy Farm D, which is a career coaching company, but I will not be discussing any medications in my talk today. So the learning objectives for today is by the end of this presentation, I hope that I will be able to define what is a network, why you should be networking with others, and how do you actually build that network. I will cover 7 key steps to keep in mind. But the preview right now is, my key is to remind you to do 3 things. Number 1, be patient. Number 2, be sincere. And number 3, be authentic. Inshallah, that will work for you all. And finally, I'll really cover when to build a network and once you create it, how to maintain it.
Sorry to interrupt. Do you want us to share your PPT or you can do it by yourself?
Are you seeing my screen?
No, it's not visible right now.
Oh, let me try once more.
Okay, now your screen is visible.
That's wonderful.
Great, thank you.
Can you? Okay, thank you again. So those were my disclosures and the learning objectives. Once again, what is a network, why to network, and when you do build that network, how do you maintain it? So what is a network? I have some definitions on the screen here. However, network is truly, what you also see, the image on the screen is connecting. It's connections with people who are either within your field of expertise and even beyond. Networking is an exchange of information. It is definitely building relationships. So now I'm going to cover why. Why should someone network? Studies actually show that people who are well connected have an increased job satisfaction. They gain knowledge that is within their industry, and maybe even it's without direct relevance to pharmacy, because I know a lot of you are pharmacists here. Maybe it's with connections, but it's to help you learn within and outside of your sphere. People who network are more likely to have mentors, key contacts in the field, and are then in turn more likely to be giving back and mentoring others. And those who are mentoring or have mentors, they're typically seeing quicker career growth. And they also see opportunities within their company and outside as well. So here's a question, and maybe personally, I used to originally think when I heard the word network, I actually thought it was just for the time when you need a job. When you're looking to get a job somewhere, oh, I'll ask my network or I'll check my network. But the truth is, your network should be the people who you can meet now, people who can connect with you and help you and know them. It's really important that you don't wait until you need that connection. You need funding for a program. You need to access talent for something that you're working on. Don't wait until you need those. It's better to start effectively cultivating and planting those seeds early on so that you will have contacts in the future when you need them.
So to keep this simple, I tried to boil this down into 7 evidence-based strategies that I've found and learned and taught about effective networking. I'm going to cover those one by one now. First, starting with a mindset makeover. You know, as I mentioned before, the word networking can have a negative connotation. It often can be something that people see as maybe a necessary evil that you have to do. And it may feel inauthentic when you're actually engaging in networking. But I'm here to say it's very important to change your mind. Change your mind to realize it's more of the definition I shared earlier today. It's about making connections. So honestly, as I go through these tips, don't worry if at first all of this feels a little awkward, or you feel nervous about reaching out to these potential contacts that I'll help you think about. But it's important to really search for common ground and build the foundation of a relationship that's mutually beneficial, inshallah. So networking style is the next topic. So maybe you've thought of this before. I know Dr. Sidiki covered some really interesting points about IQ and EQ earlier. And, just trying to think about oneself. Are you someone that tends to be more of an introvert? Are you shy, or you kind of have this feeling that you don't have something to offer to someone else? You're not sure when you're actually talking how to keep that conversation going. Do you feel like you're maybe an opposite of that? Are you better at in-person events? Are you someone that really thrives when you're meeting people and connecting, but then you don't know how to maintain that relationship or network? And then you have to reflect. Who am I trying to network with? Am I trying to connect with someone internally within the space that I am now, meaning, someone within your workplace? That's internal networking. And then are you looking to connect with people that are outside of your company, outside of your sphere, in a different area? That's external networking. So this is one of these things that you should determine what's your style, how and where are you going to be doing this networking, and keep that in mind as you think of my next tips, which is online presence. So first of all, another question to ask yourself, do you have an online presence? Where is it? What is it? And I will actually ask if you have a LinkedIn account. Increasingly, LinkedIn is becoming the universally respected way to build your network professionally. So if you don't have a LinkedIn account yet, create one. It's very simple. However, see what key leaders, see what people in your area or the network you're trying to get into, what platforms they use. Maybe they have websites, or Facebook profiles are the important thing to have. What are those thought leaders that you are seeking to connect with? What are they doing? And once you create your profile, make sure you're professional and make sure you have someone review and ask for opinions about your profile. You may think that you're sharing something and the way it's perceived is something completely different. So it's very important to try to work on your own and then also get feedback. And once you have this platform, use it. It may seem like, oh, once again, what could I say? I don't know what I would do, I would post about, but I will tell you a secret. It's actually very easy to be a thought leader and known and discovered as a thought leader. If you're consistent, if you have thoughts, and again, where do you get these thoughts? When something relevant within your industry is going viral, it's trending, maybe that's on Twitter or on LinkedIn or in the news. Take a moment, think, offer your thoughtful insights, and try to have something productive to say in the conversations that you're going to be having with your connections. Other ways to consider this is our next point, which is to forget networking. What does that mean? I mean, forget about the agenda that you may have around the word networking. Remember, this is about how you're going to make meaningful connections, not increase the number of people who follow you, increasing likes or anything like that. Your mission is to be curious, to discover what other people have to say, discover what you need to be talking about and thinking about. And, again, once you do this, once you're discovering, then suddenly you are more knowledgeable about that topic. You can stay current, and you should really, really be well-read within your industry. Again, to be an easy way to be a thought leader. If you're still stumped on how to do it and what to do, read articles, find out what people are posting, how to do that, join forums that are relevant to the area that you're looking to get into, and even subscribe to relevant content. Once you know which area you're trying to network within or know more about. Contributing value. So what do I mean here? How do you add value? Well, what did I just mention? Because you're keeping up with these trending topics, because you're already following the important people in the field, and you're subscribed to the latest and greatest, suddenly you are able to contribute value in these conversations that you have. Hopefully you're engaging with the thought leaders, and then they can notice you, and they will be reaching out to you. And when you are connecting and talking to these people, you can bring that up. It's a very easy thing to talk about. Oh, I saw you posted this article. Here's what I think. Why did you think that? And you know, have some friendly conversation, or maybe challenging conversation as well. But you know, just really realize that you are more well equipped to think about how you can help the other person. That's what networking, the mindset shift, will do. It's not about what someone can do for you. You're now shifting it to what can I share that I know with someone else. And you know, again, you'll have more to talk about. And one other thing to do is be connected with these people when you're connecting with them. And that's the next point, which is connecting the dots. So what does this mean? This means when you're in these conversations, you're listening carefully, you are following up on the conversation, you're remembering names that they may mention if this is the second or third time you're talking to them, and you are there to connect dots for them and offer knowledge and expertise. So there's something that they talk about and something that you know, you're connecting dots between those two ideas. And when you are talking to these people, let me go to this slide, you're able to then perhaps think of someone else that may be looking for what they are looking for. So once again, you are now able to refer someone else, a third person, so that's growing the network, or encouraging someone. And in some ways, maybe you're encouraging people that you thought, okay, I met this person and they're really interesting, and I met this individual. Now maybe you're getting another smaller group together for them to meet, have an informal conversation, and it could then increase and help their careers too. And this is the best part. If that connecting of dots of someone is looking for somebody that has this expertise, and you know that person and you've connected them, and then if that relationship ends up going really well, or there's something that, you know, comes out of that, then in both of these individuals' minds, they'll remember that favor, and they'll be more likely to try to connect you and help you in the future too. So that's what happens when the results are productive. If it's not productive, don't worry. The last thing I wanted to cover is following up and following through. So once again, if you are now learning and using these tips that I shared, you have a strategy, you know where you're going to connect with people, you know what you're going to be saying because you have these areas of expertise within that field. You have a strategy. So then now you're thinking, you say something, what is follow up? That means you connect with them and then they share that they need something from you. Actually following through and connecting and reconnecting and doing what you say, that is incredibly important. And then if you met someone at an in-person event, you know, make sure you later when you go home, make sure you've written down their name, you have a way to find them and then actually connect with them and then continue the conversation from there. And really being authentic, following up on promises that you make, that will truly, truly help you in this process. So what's my conclusion? Networking is a reciprocal relationship. It's not about collecting a ton of followers. It's not about trying to get 100 new contacts in a day. It's about slowly making meaningful connections. And I wrote here, progress over perfection. So making one connection every week or every quarter that is meaningful is, so every quarter, 4 times a year, that's so much better because you've thoughtfully, really sincerely connected with that person, and you're following up and making sure you have that relationship. That is way more valuable than just after this conference, connecting with everyone and, trying to meet with them in one way. Just try to see and be discriminate of who you are trying to collect and connect with, and make sure it's about connection. And on these sites, on the platforms that I mentioned, whether it's LinkedIn, maybe it's Instagram or Twitter or Facebook or email, or meeting in a separate conference, make sure you're following the rules. Follow the culture. Make sure what you're doing is not breaking the rules, breaking the norm too much. There are always ways to bend the rules, but it's very important to make sure you're respectful, using the correct language, recognizing how your public profiles can appear in searches, seeing if you are accessible. Those are all important things. As I mentioned, hone those profiles, make sure they're what you want people to see of you. And make sure that it's about perseverance. We all have this fear, perhaps, inside of us of, networking, it just seems still like, Janan mentioned all of these things. I still don't feel like I want to do it. Well, it's still important to have networks. It's still important to make those connections and feel like you have something to offer, because you never know what it can do. You never know how it can help. And so in conclusion, I hope today you were able to know what is a network, why you should be networking, some ideas on how to build a network, and having that takeaway that I tried to tell you in the beginning that ran through all of this. Be patient, be sincere, be authentic. If you do these, you will be a knowledgeable, reliable thought leader and a supportive member of the profession. And you are the one that's going to be able to offer information and tips when people need it. And others will love to connect and learn from you too. So I have, this is how you can contact me. Find me on LinkedIn if you'd like, or I'm on Instagram. And these are the references that I used. But with that, I'm gonna ask if there's any questions.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. I will try to stop sharing my screen so you can take it away for the next speaker.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
Is networking the same as marketing yourself?
Could you repeat the question?
Is networking the same as marketing yourself? Like,
Okay,
is it the same?
Question is, right. So you're saying marketing yourself versus networking. That's a very interesting question. Those definitely have different connotations. You could say that when you're networking, you may be marketing yourself, and a lot of the tips I mentioned do include ways to make sure your profile is authentic, represents you. So yes, in a way, any connection that you make through networking, in a way, you are marketing yourself to be that presentable person, to be that person that will gain something or make a connection with that other individual.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Now, over to our next moderator, Mr. Zahid, to continue this session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, I'll take up from here. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, I, Dr. Zahid Saeed, welcome you all on our second international virtual conference, that is Innovation in Pharmacy. I'm a pharmacy graduate of Akhtar Saeed College of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Lahore, and pursuing my MPhil in pharmacy practice. I am currently employed by the government of Punjab as a clinical pharmacist, pharmacovigilance officer, at THQ Hospital, Safdarabad. Let me introduce our speaker for today's session, Dr. Sheikh Hassan Latif. He is the founding director of pharmacy at Mukhtar A. Sheikh Hospital, a multidisciplinary tertiary care hospital in the heart of Southern Punjab. He is an experienced pharmacist with a well-demonstrated history of working both nationally and internationally in the renowned hospitals and healthcare industry. He is skilled in automated medication dispensing solutions that is Firmnet and Pexis, providing drug information, therapeutic drug monitoring, and other clinical research activities. He has done an interactive session on the hospital grand rounds explaining tissue plasminogen activators and their comparative efficacy with other thrombolytics. He is a graduate of University of Karachi 2004 and MSc focused on pharmacotherapy and medicines management from the University of Sunderland, UK 2007. He will be sharing his insights on the topic of how to convince the hospital administration about the need of a clinical pharmacist. Over to you, Dr. Sheikh. You may share your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Zahid, for such a nice introduction about myself. And I really thank the organizing committee of giving back to pharmacy in Pakistan. It's really a nice platform, and first time we ever had a big conference like this that is virtual after having this pandemic issue all over the world. Now coming back to my topic, that is how to convince hospital administration the need of a clinical pharmacist. Actually, my main concern about having a clinical pharmacist in a hospital setting is actually not to highlight the syllabus, the learning that you are doing during your PharmD or B pharmacy. My concern is all about what you face in a practical scenario, in a practical arena, when you are a graduate and you are out of the university, and now you have to apply your knowledge within the hospital setting, or either you are a medical representative or either whatever field you choose. So my point is that you are a clinical pharmacist wherever you go. It's not only the hospital setting that you have to choose after doing your PharmD program. So my request to all the PharmD students after graduation is that they have to focus on the patient safety and patient care more rather than choosing the field of hospital pharmacy only. It can be also the community pharmacy. It should not only be the hospital pharmacy that a clinical pharmacist should go. What about the industrial area? What about the other fields of pharmacy that already we have? We have pharmacognosy, we have herbal medicine. So why we are only focusing on clinical pharmacy as after doing the PharmD, we have to be a clinical pharmacist, and we cannot do the other things that usually a part of a hospital pharmacy, like outpatient pharmacy dispensing, inpatient IV admixture area. So these all things are a part of our profession. So first of all, we have to make up our mind that we will do whatever is good for our profession. So to assist the medical team is my point one, that whenever you are interacting with the doctors and the medical team, you have to convince them in a way that it would not look like a argument, or it would not look like a fight, that they are like feeling that you are trying to dominate their profession, or you are trying to pose your opinion on them. So you have to be very friendly with them. You have to make social relation with the other interprofessional teams within your hospital. So you have to be very polite while convincing the other person, the other professional. And you have to interact with all of the teams equally, like whether he's a doctor or a nurse or a physiotherapist. So you have to educate them, you have to learn from them, you have to be a good listener. Then you will succeed stepwise. So what are the obstacles that I faced here as well, because in Southern Punjab, this was a big target for me to establish a hospital pharmacy from scratch. And the environment here, the culture of Pakistan, after coming back from a hospital that is a tertiary care hospital with a JCI accreditation. Both of the hospitals that I worked before, they all already had a JCI accreditation with them. So to come to a hospital that is not known by anyone, it's starting from scratch, and you are the head of the department. So it's really a big task. So definitely you have to convince the medical team in a way that they will going to rely on you. And it should be a very tricky way that you have to prove yourself. So you have to educate them from different platforms that already I have seen during the whole conference. Mashallah, all of the pharmacists working in different fields, they are educating us in a way that we are now aware of so many ways that a pharmacist can work. So many fields are there. So different platforms are already there for communication, like WhatsApp, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever easier for you, easier for the medical team there within your hospital. You have to communicate with them, keeping in mind the patient confidentiality of the name and the MRN and the disease. And you have to keep in mind all those things while using these kind of platforms while communicating with your medical team. The best way to communicate with them is face-to-face conversations, because while you are doing a face-to-face conversation, they know you by your face, they know you by your name, and this builds a very good confidence of them, that like they really rely on your opinions afterwards. Whenever you are doing day-to-day conversations with them, you are doing rounds daily, you are interacting with the whole team. So they going they will kind of rely on your opinions, and whenever you are intervening in something, they will going to give it a weightage for that. So definitely this is one of the very key role, that how you will going to convince the medical team. And this is the key to convince the administration. You have to convince the doctor that they need a pharmacist, they need a clinical pharmacist there. So you have to, educate them before starting something big. You have to first slowly and gradually make them rely on you. So definitely you have to be very careful while sharing any kind of information. You have to confirm it first, and then you have to share it with the team. It's not necessary that you have to memorize everything, each and everything, and you have to be very quick. It should be accurate. That is more important. Secondly, the Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee definitely in the conference, there's a workshop ongoing, and definitely in detail they are discussing about that. But my concern about the Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee is, this is one of the places that you have to prove by showing them how you are reviewing a formulary, how you are selecting things, and how important it is for a Pharmacy and Therapeutic Committee or Formulary Therapeutic Committee that a clinical pharmacist can help them out, can assist them in choosing the right drug. So this is one of the key role of having a pharmacist there in the PNTC committee. And in our hospital, we have a PNTC committee, and we have a drug information center where the pharmacist reviews the a drug evaluation monograph of any new drug coming in. Addition and deletion is through that committee, and they are taking the opinion of the pharmacist there. This is one of the achievements that I'm trying to share with you, that you have to also do these kind of stuff. Although it looks, it sounds like a very common thing to you, it's a bookish thing or something like this. No, when you are establishing a new hospital, it's a quite difficult task for any pharmacist to start something or to initiate some activity within the hospital when the doctors are locally trained and they don't have any exposure to any international platform or any international hospital. So You have to be very careful and you have to be very accurate while sharing the information. Different role as a team member. As I already told you about the clinical pharmacist work, not only at the drug information, you are continuously monitoring the different drugs that have a narrow therapeutic index, or those are high alert medications that we are regularly monitoring in our hospital as well. So this is one of the key thing that you have to focus on while monitoring the drugs that requires level monitoring, that requires renal function monitoring, or any other hepatic dose adjustments. So these all things will definitely give a relief to the physician, that they don't have to worry about those things that a pharmacist is already doing. So also focusing on different adverse drug reactions and medication errors that are happening in your hospital. So in our hospital, to make it more easier for the pharmacists, we integrated it with our health information system. So it's easy for the doctor and the nurses and any other healthcare staff to report an ADR within the hospital. And even if it's a medication error or if it's even a near miss, then the duty of the pharmacist is definitely to do the root cause analysis of that ADR and then giving the final conclusion from the clinical pharmacist. Similarly, we have a TPN section separately in different hospitals. Currently, we are working on it, and 1 or 2 patients we have that required TPN calculation. So in that case also, the clinical pharmacist have to prove himself that how he can calculate the TPNs when you have like a challenge of fat emulsion shortage, or it's not available within Pakistan. So what you will do, so definitely you have to go for the alternate. You have to share it with the doctor, whether is it available or not, if the patient can take oral intake. So you have to cut off the TPN, you have to look out for the electrolytes, you have to look out for the carbohydrates and all that caloric calculations. So TPN is also one of the things that you have to prove yourself. So don't take anything as a very small thing. You have to prove yourself from these small things that you might be doing it on daily basis. You might feel it like I am talking about something that is a regular thing. But believe you me that this is one of the most important things that you have to be very serious about. Don't ignore these kind of things in your daily routine life when you are working in a hospital. So similarly, one more thing that I found lacking in most of the hospitals in Pakistan, I have never seen anything like this ever in Pakistani hospitals or even outside Pakistan. A pharmacist that is attending a court situation is usually one of the things that is in emergency situations. We have code green or code blue in our hospitals. So definitely such kind of things are attended by doctors or nurses, but pharmacists are not a part of it. So my concern is that why not a pharmacist become a code pharmacist? Because we used to do this in our previous hospital, and we used to have ACLS and BLS training and certification. And the reason is that if you are a ACLS certified pharmacist, so it helps you a lot understanding the code situation whenever there's a code team leader. So how a pharmacist should react on that. So you should prepare the doses and label them and then give it to the medication nurses there. So definitely this is also a very key role that we are missing right now. And inshallah, we are planning for Mukhtar Sheikh Hospital to have this in coming future. So prove yourself again and again. I'm telling you, once you will prove yourself, then automatically the medical team will, by force, they will tell the administration that we need a clinical pharmacist. So I'm just giving you the way how you will prove yourself. And I'm sure all of you are already doing that. So clinical rounds to optimize the use of medication, optimize the use of antibiotics, especially the antibiotics are the main focus for all the clinical pharmacists, that they are checking the durations and renal dose adjustments and hepatic dose adjustments and all that. So mainly the focus of clinical pharmacists should be to optimize the therapy, whether it's in the inpatient side or it's either in the outpatient pharmacy. Checking the drug interactions and the therapeutic drug monitoring. These all are key things that we have to do it, whether we have 2 patients or 10 patients or 20 patients. If we cannot do it on time, we should divide the work among the clinical team. So likewise, we should act like medication safety ambassador for monitoring the high alert medication and LASA, lookalike sound like thing. So what we have to make sure, we have to make sure about the safety of the patient. This is our main concern. Either we do it by electronic way, either we do it by manually, whatever so is the process in your hospital, focus on the safety of the patient. Whenever you are designing a policy, a workflow, you have to focus how safe is it for the patient. Because in Punjab, southern region, we have the Punjab Health Commission. They are coming for different indicators and different key performances that they are checking on. So mainly their focus is how safe is your hospital, and that's why they are giving you the authority to practice as a hospital, and you can practice as a doctor, you can practice as a pharmacist. So that's what they are checking there. So to keep moving on, so main programs that we are doing to convince the physicians to have a clinical pharmacist also is the stewardship program for anticoagulant and antibiotics. So anticoagulant is nowadays main concern due to COVID situation. There's abuse of antibiotics seen in, and this trend is increasing in the outpatient, especially using lots of antiviral for nothing, but a patient has a placebo effect. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it worsens the condition. So the main thing is the stewardship program for such kind of things that will make its use, optimize its use, and keep the patient safe from these kind of medications. Because some medications, they don't have much adverse effect. Some of them, you never know, the patient will end up, he will end up in losing some vital organ or something.
Sorry to interrupt, Dr. Hassam. I would like you to wrap up the presentation because we are left with 5 minutes. That would be very nice of you. Thank you.
Thank you. So following up the physician, giving him a pharmacotherapeutic plan, designing clinical pathways, and especially we are engaged in designing different clinical pathways with the physicians. The IV guidelines, the IV push guidelines, they were really amazing to think about it and then to implement them in the hospital. It will really make the work of the pharmacist easier whenever they are doing shifts in different inpatient and outpatient areas. So the main concern is the budgeting thing, because if you are talking about the budget of the hospital, and then specifically about the pharmacy, so you have to keep in mind about the capex, and the budget also includes your indirect and direct costs. So you have to work on that, and then try to convince the administration about how you require a clinical pharmacist. So these services will definitely will make it possible for your administration to believe on you that definitely this is a very important thing, fulfilling the government regulatory authority requirements. So this is how we establish the hospital. So just to be very quick, because the time is very less here right now, choosing the right people, designing the workflow, leading service line meetings. So these are all the things that we face while establishing this hospital. Designing the HIMSS health information system, integrating in it the clinical decision system as well, IV guideline training, and then at the end is the research. And our expansion plans are critical care pharmacy and then oncology and TPN. So from the beginning, I will just be very quick on this. These are the pictures of the hospital in the very beginning when I came to this hospital. Then in 2018, the sites of the pharmacy a little bit furnished than before. And now we have like IV room, sterile area for IV admixture program. We have pharmacies, we have non-sterile compounding going on. This is the roadmap for how we gradually improved ourselves. And now here we are. And inshallah, we'll move forward for the cytotoxic or the oncology pharmacy as well. These are our key performance indicators. Our achievements are already, I have discussed about these things before, intravenous potassium guidelines, and because we really focus on the high alert medication guidelines used within the hospital, and that is mainly the role of a clinical pharmacist to design them and to implement them all over the hospital in coordination with the doctors and the nurses. IV push guideline, interventions, ADR, medication error reporting, all of them are electronic within our hospital. Antibiotic stewardship, and then the drug information system, definitely we are now up-to-date certified. We have an up-to-date certified trainer as well. So culture of patient safety should be there. Message to all the pharmacists. What we have to work hard on, we have to work hard on the recognition of pharmacy profession, just like we are doing it right now. Clinical pharmacist's role in the community pharmacy should be our focus. Active participation of pharmacists in establishing pharmacy profession on government level. Already we have lots of pharmacists in the government. I know them, they are working on different pharmacovigilance projects and other ADR reporting projects, and they are going to implement it soon. Where we have to work hard, definitely we have to have our own formulary, and then it should be implemented by and large, and we should have the generic based prescribing law implementation. That is one of the main reasons that we cannot implement it right now in Pakistan. Critical care pharmacists, we should have ACLS, BLS certified critical care pharmacists who should work in ICUs and critical areas with the core team as well. Clinical pharmacy involvement in history taking while the patient is admitting. So they should have an emergency care pharmacists who should do these things. So they should get involved in that. And even at the time of discharge, they should have a clinical pharmacist there for reviewing the profile and educating the patient for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hussam, for enlightening us with this bunch of knowledge. In the interest of time, I would like to question a single question only, which is asked as what impact will a clinical pharmacist can give to the financial aspect of the hospital? Because administration always asks about that.
Well, definitely, if you will see that pharmacists will do the cost effectiveness for the patient, so the less will be the stay. This is one of the main questions that usually the administration asks, that how you are hiring a pharmacist that will make the hospital stay less. So how you will going to save on that? But you know, the culture of the hospital should not be focusing on totally on the cost that they will going to get it from the patient. The good culture in the hospital is that they should focus on patient safety, and they should think about patient himself, because it's not only the price that we are trying to get it from the patient. Because, you know, if you will think about a long run, for the long run program, if you will think about that, if the patient gets healed quickly, so definitely he will pass on this message to other patients that this hospital is really a good hospital, that they are giving you a good care, they have a good pharmacist, they have a good nurse, So if they will see a culture of patient safety there in your hospital, so automatically your hospital will become famous if you are thinking about in a business point of view. So definitely by this way, you have to start different programs in your hospital, because not only clinical pharmacy can give them business from this. You have to start the compounding services, you have to start the TPN services, and then from there you have to cover this budget of clinical pharmacists. You have to convince them that why a pharmacist clinically sound in knowledge is very important and essential for the medical team. So you have to first convince the medical team, and once they are convinced, automatically they will need a clinical pharmacist for that purpose. So definitely it's not easy to get out much money from a clinical pharmacist job, but definitely you have to convince. That's why you have to introduce different programs in your hospital, just like I have mentioned before. And I think that is the answer to your question.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you so much for being here. Now I would like to move on to our next speaker. Let me introduce our next speaker for today's session. Dr. Saba Sayed. She is a board-certified ambulatory care and geriatric clinical pharmacist with over 13 years of pharmacy experience in community pharmacy, mail order pharmacy, managed care, and primary care settings. This includes experience with prior authorizations of Medicare and Medicaid, Medicare formularies, medication reconciliation, transition of care, medication therapy management, care management, value-based care, accountable care organizations, Medicare quality measures, and medication adherence. She is going to present on the topic of leading diverse teams. Over to you, Dr. Sabah. You can share your screen now.
All right. Thank you, Zahid. Appreciate that. Let me go ahead and share. Start the presentation and then share. That would be.
Your screen is visible.
All right. Awesome. Thank you so much for the introduction. As Zahid mentioned, my name is Saba. I am a Director of Clinical Quality Pharmacy at Village MD. I am based out of Houston, Texas in the United States, and I am really excited to join you guys and talk about my topic of leading diverse teams. So this particular topic is actually very near and dear to my heart. Growing up as a minority community in the United States, it's been something that I've had a personal experience with, being in the room, being the only person of color, being the only Muslim, being the only person wearing hijab in a place where, you know, you kind of stand out like a sore thumb. So being more mindful about where folks are coming from, their background, and really doing a lot of research in this area of, now that I'm a leader, now that I've gone into a management position, into director positions, how do I make sure that I make people feel included and I'm providing the best leadership that I can to my team. So I hope that this is helpful and useful information to everyone, especially coming from a different perspective that I have with sort of understanding what it feels like to be on the other end of being the only person that might be different from everyone else. So I don't have any financial relationships to disclose, and I'm not going to be discussing any off-label or investigational drugs in my presentation. So I actually wanted to ask you all a question. If you could tell me, what do you think diversity brings to a team? And I will ask Zahid here to help me out a little bit and tell me what folks are putting in the chat.
Thank you for asking this question. If I talk about diversity, we need to have multidisciplinary team so that we try our best to provide the best health care outcome to our patient. And that includes obviously the physicians, pharmacists, nurses, and other allied health sciences. This is what my understanding is about diversity.
Yeah, and I see another comment in the Zoom chat.
Inclusion, yeah.
Inclusion, different perspectives. Yeah, this is all really good. I'm sorry, I can't see the YouTube chat because I can't have like both screens on at the same time. But you guys are absolutely right. What you're talking about including other people in the care team that are different, right? That might be looking at something at a different angle than you are, coming in with a different perspective, including folks that have a different opinion about things potentially as well. So I did want to talk a little bit about sort of the benefits and challenges on diversity. So there you can see a graphic, and this is actually from some research that was done. I will be going over it in a later slide, but just talking about the way that teams make decisions, right? So teams are able to make a better decision 87% of the time, the more diverse their team actually is. That's looking at age, gender, geographic diversity. So everything that you guys mentioned is absolutely correct. So having diverse teams and diverse talent is going to benefit the organization and the company because it's going to make you more creative, it's going to make you more innovative, it's going to increase productivity, make employees feel more engaged. There's a lot of research even on gender diversity. So having women in leadership positions serving on boards actually led to higher returns on equity, better productivity for those companies, and having teams being involved in more of these decision-making conversations. For example, you're seeing a higher amount of profitability according to a McKinsey study. And there was this study from the Boston Consulting Group, which saw that when teams are bringing those fresh ideas to the table, they're coming up with more creative solutions, right? They're able to look at things from different angles and different perspectives. So lots and lots of benefits here. As everyone mentioned, people feel more included, you have more ideas, and there's actually data and research and studies behind this that show more diverse teams are doing better in the business world, which I thought was a really good point from the chat before, from Dr. Hassan's lecture, where it's like, well, show me the money, right? Like, tell me why I should be doing this. For companies, the money is there because the research is clear here that having a more diverse team is actually going to lead to better outcomes for your organization. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but diversity has a lot of different definitions. You could have diversity of age, gender, ethnicity, different people coming from different backgrounds, even different professions, which was a good point someone made before, and having different skill sets. So this is one way that, one of the challenges that we have, right? Everyone has unconscious bias, or implicit bias is another way to say this, where based off of either our personal experiences with a certain group or, our perceptions based off of our culture, these are basically learned attitudes that we have that are existing in our subconscious and are involuntarily affecting and impacting the way we think and act. So unfortunately, this impacts everybody. We just have to do a better job of being more aware of these. And like I said, I've been on the receiving side of a lot of implicit, unconscious, bias, microaggressions throughout my life. So I can definitely know how it feels to be on the other side. And so I try to be a lot more conscious about this whenever I can. So affinity bias just means that you prefer people that are like you, that look like you. Maybe they come from your same hometown, they come from the same university that you went to. So you're going to have a preference for people that are more like you. And the way that this negatively impacts businesses, especially it's on hiring. So when people hire for, what they call culture fit, they're looking for people that look like them. And so in order to kind of help battle this type of bias, try to be a lot more objective and kind of take a step back when you're making those kinds of decisions to see, well, why am I really, rejecting or accepting this person? Confirmation bias means that we're looking for information that's just confirming our own ideas. So if you already have a thought about a certain group of people and like one person out of that group does something bad, you're like, oh yeah, I told you, like all those kinds of people always do that sort of thing. So that's a confirmation bias. So it's using a way to get around that is just make sure you use a wide variety of sources. Don't just, make a decision based off of one observation. A perception means that, you're finding, you're saying things like stereotypes or assumptions about a broad group of people. So again, when you find yourself using strong words like all, always, never to describe a group of people, you need to pause and take a moment to ask yourself how accurate that description is. Gender bias again, just people making assumptions based off of folks' gender. I've been on the other side of this one too, where people are assuming because you're a woman, you're going to be at home more, you have more, responsibilities with your family, and therefore you're not fit to step up into leadership positions, for example. And one way to get around this one is make sure that we are mentoring and sponsoring women that want to move into leadership positions. Ageism is assuming things about people because of their age. I've seen this happen a lot, especially for older workers, where folks will make assumptions that just because they're older, they're not tech savvy, they don't know how to use a computer and things like that. So don't always assume negative things about people because of their age, and always try to encourage that cross-cultural collaboration. So here's the study that I was talking about from the Boston Consulting Group, which was showing the enabling factors for diversity. So these enabling factors that encourage diversity are actually not present as much as we would like, right? Some of these are going to help us get to a more diverse organization, but we're not really seeing them across the board in these organizations. Another part of this study that I thought was really interesting was that just having a different group of people come together doesn't necessarily lead to what someone had mentioned before, inclusion and all those positive impacts that we want to see for having a diverse group of people. So it's pretty easy just to think, oh, you hire different people, sit them together, and there's just going to be some magic that's happening. That's a passive approach, and that's going to potentially lead to failure there, because you need to have a way to encourage these enabling factors in order for that diversity to flourish and lead to that inclusion that we were talking about before. So these are just some examples of that. You need to have managers participating. They need to be on board with this across all levels of the organization. It needs to be a strategic priority for your organization. Teams need to have free and open discussions, frequent communication, openness to new ideas without fear of retribution. This is, again, psychological safety, which we'll talk about as well. And then fair employment practices. People want to feel like they're being treated fairly. They're not getting discriminated against. They're not getting, different pay or different treatment based off of, the various factors that we talked about before. This was another survey and study out by Deloitte that I thought had a really great framework on what they call their inclusion maturity model. So it's more of a stepwise approach. So in the beginning, you just have to have that baseline of fairness and respect, what we talked about, having that equity and non-discrimination as a baseline. Like, that's your bare bones minimum that you need to do. The next step would be bringing in that value and belonging, making sure that our managers are, appreciating and accepting folks with unique perspectives, including them in the decision making, building those connections between the team. And then the differentiator here would be confidence and inspiration. So empowering the team, having them, feel like they can trust you, they can trust their colleagues. And that's really where you unleash that confidence and inspiration and enthusiasm at that level. So this was another study out by McKinsey and Company, did a survey of multiple organizations across the world. And they found that, not surprisingly, having that psychological safety in place really led to this diversity being unlocked, so to speak. So if you bring that diverse group of people together, they need to feel included and they need to feel heard, right? They need to feel like they can come up and voice their concerns and not face any kind of retribution, and people feeling like they have that sense of belonging and they can truly engage and bring up concerns to you without, getting shot down right away. They're going to be more likely to engage with their management team and their organization, and you're going to be able to find a lot of really great ideas in that way. So these are just different leadership styles that they found were either very closely correlated to the psychological safety or not. And again, nothing here really surprised me, but the authoritative leadership style does not lead to psychological safety, which probably doesn't surprise anybody. The consultative leadership and supportive leadership do have a higher correlation to psychological safety. And the one that actually correlated the most was this, what they're calling the positive team climate here. So the positive team climate is when again, as I mentioned, team members, they feel value, they value each other's contributions, they care about each other's well-being, they have an input on how the team is carrying out their work. And these are all the most important drivers of your team's psychological safety. So you want to make sure everyone is valuing each other. You're really taking that time to help people build relationships within the team, and that you really care about your team and they all care about each other. And that's how you foster this positive team climate. Despite this being so important, excuse me, just 43% of all the companies that were surveyed, the respondents that were surveyed, said that they have this positive team climate that exists in their team. So we have potential here to really do some self-reflection and see, is this something that we should be focusing a little bit more on driving in our teams? So the consultative leadership style is just another way to solicit input, right, from your team, asking them, hey, so tell me, what do you think about this before you roll out a new initiative? Get their input first, or even, before you roll it out, find out, well, what's going on in your world? What are some things that you think we should be doing to improve what's going on in the team? So really get their input and seek their advice on issues that are affecting them. So that's consultative leadership. And then supportive leadership really helps to create that positive team climate, because you are supporting your team members and you are viewing them as not just employees, but as individuals, and encouraging the teams to support each other. So this is just a suggested framework that I have for building a leadership development plan that I found to be really helpful for myself when I first stepped into leadership roles, was really looking back and assessing your most important values. So look through your values that are most important to you, select the top 2 or the top 5 values, and then look at your specific skills, your soft skills, your technical skills, list out your top 5 skills that you do really well as the ones that you'd like to develop. And part of this as a leader might be that, hey, maybe I need to get better at, building out this psychological safety for my team. And then think about, how do you get to that point? How do you help your team get there? What are things that you need to do to develop that? How do you make sure that your team is feeling included and they're feeling heard and feeling accepted?
Sorry for interruption. I would like you to wrap up the session in next 5 minutes because we are short in time. Thank you.
This is the last slide. So if there's any questions, I can take them now. These are the references here.
Oh, you wrapped it quite early.
I wanted to leave some time for questions.
Dr. Sabah, I have a question actually.
Yeah, sure.
Regarding the leadership development plan, before you have also mentioned that, these all apply in Western countries more as compared to Pakistan, because what I see that in Pakistan, people don't think like this. They really, I was talking about the, thinking here in Pakistan. That's why you will feel a big difference when you come here and practice. You will feel a big difference that are totally different from what we really hear and what we learn in our books and whatever the Western world tells us. And they are definitely practicing in a better way, and they are more caring. They have more care towards the patient, and they are more patient focused. But definitely, this is the main thing that we are lacking here in Pakistan, and we are trying to implement the same thing, and we are trying it gradually, and inshallah, we'll do our best.
Oh yeah, again, this research that was done across multiple countries, not just in the United States. So this new form of leadership does actually work to get results for your team. So again, if you're trying to build out a high functioning team where you have folks that feel accepted and they feel like they can bring concerns to you, again, like a really great point that Dr. Hassan was making, regarding patient safety, for example, you might have folks on your team that see, specific patient safety concerns in the hospital, or they're doing their work and they find an issue, but they might be too scared, right, to bring it up because they're not sure what kind of reaction they're going to get. So everything again needs to go back to the patient. When you create this type of an environment for your team, they're more likely to bring their concerns to you, and you're more likely to get them resolved, right? Because they feel safe in bringing that over to you and getting those resolved. But you're right, it's a lot of work. Even here in the United States, it's not all companies work like this. And so we have to even make a lot of effort to move over from a more authoritative leadership style into a more supportive, consultative, engaging leadership style. This type of empathic leadership is really gaining a lot more, focus now, especially with the pandemic and with the really large amount of changes that we've seen in a short amount of time with moving to remote work and everything that the companies have had to do to adjust, and their workforce had to do to adjust because of the pandemic. We've had a lot more companies that are realizing that, this really is the way to go when you want to lead your teams, and you get better results and more success this way.
Thank you so much. Bundle of thanks for being here and sharing your insights with us, Dr. Sabah. I would like to move on to Dr. Umar Hafiz. He wants to make an update with us. Over to you, Dr. Umar Hafiz.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zahid and Dr. Sabah, for such a nice presentation. I just want to take 5 minutes of my audience by sharing a small update on our Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan portal, whatever we have achieved from the last 1 year. This I will share my screen. It's a small presentation. It will take more time. Yeah. So, can you see?
Yes, it's visible.
It's visible. Okay, that's great.
Maximize the screen, please.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Okay, that's great.
Can you turn on the full view? It's not the full screen view yet.
It's not with you. Okay. Yeah, now this is okay.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Everyone. I'm Dr. Shazin Nabasi, currently working at the Hospital Innovation Pharmacist.
Okay,
On behalf of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan,
I am hearing some strange sounds, if you can. Okay, so I will update on our Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, what we have achieved last year. My name is Dr. Umar. This is my credentials and our vision and mission, which as we have started in 2018, our vision was to empower pharmacists for better healthcare, and our mission is continuously to become an organization of volunteer pharmacists from around the world, aiming to refine the pharmacy profession in Pakistan by sharing best practices and engaging relevant stakeholders. So what we have in our specialty forums, we have our main group, Telegram, which we intend to make whatever the people around the world have concerns they can share, and we can our experts in that group, they can give their answers immediately on those issues which the pharmacists and the other healthcare professionals are facing in Pakistan. But these specialty forums like oncology, infectious diseases, informatics, research, and USP 797 800, that is related to hospital, and community pharmacy, these are specialty forums on WhatsApp group. So the people in those groups they are experts, and if you have any concerns, any questions, the people are on daily basis, they're asking and they're getting their appropriate answers. This was our public safety campaign, some glimpses. So we have done it in 2021, starting from November till April 2022. November 2020 to April 2021. So we have achieved so far in that campaign, our target was 100 days and 100,000 people. Though we would not achieve our maximum goal, but that is our final 100 days, 5,739 medications listed. Yani we have approached this much number of patients and have listed their medications. We have launched our Academy of Excellence in 2021, and so far we have done one cohort for specialty board certification. This was preparatory classes, and we have monthly workshops, continuous educations, and other activities which are included. I mean, I just highlighted some of them, but the topics are diverse, and we have, different experts from the world who are engaging and coaching our pharmacists. Quality and patient safety and process improvement. These are the workshops. Monthly continuous education series, which is ongoing. A day in the life of pharmacist series, where we are bringing out on the different pharmacists from the different background, and to show our youth and the youngsters, especially students, to have a glimpse how the people are doing in different parts of the world, in different segments of pharmacy profession. Yes, we have done career counseling and interview tips with industry's expert and hiring managers. Some soft skills development through personality boost while pursuing the careers. We have completed our first cohort for next generation pharma advisory group. For your information, those next generation are because we are focusing our own the youngsters. So those are the final year students, or the fourth year students from different universities of the Pakistan. So we engage them, we work on them, we have given them some the special tips, and those, most of them are still with us and growing, alhamdulillah. We have started our quality research team. I will show you, this is our research team led by Dr. Farooq Rafiq Ahmed, and the co-leads are Dr. Sayyid Wasif Gilani and Dr. Muhammad Hadi. We have done sessions on pharmacy and therapeutic committee establishment, and the annual Innovation in Pharmacy Conference, which is ongoing, and this is our second Innovation in Pharmacy Conference. And we are working for the CPHQ preparatory classes for 2022. So that's all from my side, and I would be happy if you have any questions. Thank you. These are our contact. You can approach us at any time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hafiz, for highlighting about the achievements and aspirations of our platform that is giving back to pharmacy in Pakistan. I hope the public could know and learn more about us. I didn't receive any questions yet, so I would like to move on, and I would request Dr. Shameen Abbasi to take it from here.
Thank you, Dr. Said. Thank you so much.
Over to you, Dr. Shazmin.
Hello, Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible. Please go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. I'm Dr. Shazeen Abbasi, currently working at Al Khidmat Hospital as an inpatient pharmacist. On behalf of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, I warmly welcome you all in our second virtual Innovation in Pakistan conference. Let me introduce you all my speaker for today's session, Dr. Maryam Al-Tirawi. She's a pharmacist and currently working at Fakir University Hospital, UAE. Dr. Maryam is well known for her expertise in so many areas like in ambulatory pharmacy, inpatient pharmacy, unit-based services, medication quality and unit safety, infectious disease, and solid organ transplant. Moreover, she worked in quality assurance, institutional effectiveness, and accreditation department as well. Dr. Mariam will present on the topic using voice to serve patients. Over to Dr. Mariam. I request you to share your screen, please.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I will be doing that now. Okay, for some reason I'm unable to share my screen. Hold on a second. Would you happen to have my presentation?
Hello, Dr. Mariam, is there any issue?
Yes, so I'm unable to share my screen. For some reason, would you be able to share it for me?
Okay, let me check.
Yes, hold on, Mariam. We'll try to get your presentation. Just hold on a minute.
Sure, okay. I can start if you want.
Dr. Mariam, please proceed. We will be
Sure.
with you in a moment.
No worries, no worries. I will do that. Okay, so Assalamu alaikum everyone. Very sorry for this technical difficulty. I think I'm using a different computer than I'm used to for my presentations, and that's why I'm unable to share my screen. But thank you so much for having me on this wonderful conference. It's so wonderful to see what you've been doing for your community, and it's a pleasure and an honor to be a part of this. Today we're talking about using your voice to serve your patients. In addition to my job as a pharmacist, I host a podcast called IVPN Voice as a part of the expanding IVPN network, if anyone has heard of that. So that podcast aims to discuss relevant topics in pharmacy and shed light on interesting pharmacy career paths to inspire pharmacists to push through and reach their potential and provide care beyond the prescription. Because that's what distinguishes good pharmacists from great pharmacists. Yeah, there you go. That's the one.
Is it visible to you, Dr. Mariam?
Yeah, I can see it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
So I have no financial relationship to disclose. So back to my point. What distinguishes a good pharmacist from great pharmacists is providing care beyond the conventional means, right? So by the end of this session, you'll be able to understand our non-conventional role in serving patients. You'll be able to find your voice and possibly learn how to create a podcast. So it's very easy nowadays to be a pharmacist who just dispenses medications and counsels patients, but only great pharmacists are able to find the discipline to provide care beyond the traditional sense, right? And everyone has the potential to be that great pharmacist. You just have to ask yourself why. Next slide, please. That's a valuable lesson that I learned from Dr. Sidiki. He lent me this book called Start With Why by Simon Sinek, and that's how it all started. It's a wonderful book to read, but you can read the summary or watch the TED Talk. You don't have to go through the whole thing. The bottom line is everyone does something for a reason. And you may already know it, you may have it, but not know it, or you may not have one right now, but if you dig deeper, you will be able to find it. We always know what we do or how we do it, but the core is always why. It's the purpose. It's why we do things, right? Next slide. So once you've figured out your purpose, you can start to see what skills you can utilize to fulfill that purpose. Take a look at your skill set beyond the four walls of pharmacy. Literally anything can be made relevant. Your voice doesn't have to be your actual physical voice. It can be in writing, like our wonderful colleague Ruch will tell us right after this presentation. It can be photography, it can be videography, it can be design, public speaking, or even management and leadership skills, right? Once you pinpoint something, you're going to want to create something meaningful with it. So ponder over those 4 questions. Next slide. So just ponder over those 4 questions. What are my values? How can I use my privilege? Who inspires me? And what's something small I can learn today that will help me in creating whatever I'm trying to create? So there's a lot of soul searching that goes into the process, and it can be frustrating, it can be difficult, but you really have to push through, because once you have a clear picture of why you're doing something, of how you want to do it, then everything else will just come easy to you. So if you've decided that podcasting is what you want to do, here's how you will want to start. Next slide. Now, I'm not an expert by any means, but I've condensed a year's learning into bullet points to make the process easier for you. We have to understand that podcasting is no different from public speaking, and you have nothing else going on except the tone of your voice and how you speak. But don't let that discourage you. Believe it or not, public speaking was a nightmare for me. I wasn't able to get through presentations or small meetings before, but with practice, honestly, anything is possible. And it sounds cliche, but that's just the way things are. So I tried a public speaking club. I listened to a lot of podcasts, talk shows, radio shows, and listened closely to how people carried the conversation, and then took notes and practiced on my own. So delivery is a huge part of podcasting, and it's a huge part of any public speaking event, right? You may have the content, but you might not be able to know how to deliver it, and that's completely natural. So what I found helpful for me was reading famous speeches and reading the analysis of them, and learning what makes a statement powerful, or learning what word usage is powerful. Something that was also helpful for me was watching stand-up comedy. And regardless of the content that they're putting out there, comedians always have brilliant delivery, and they always connect the show effortlessly from start to finish. And that's the kind of energy you want to bring to your podcast or whatever audio content you're creating. So now that you want, to start to plan the podcast. What would be a better approach? Can we go to the next slide? To have everything pre-recorded, or to record episode by episode and learn as you go? Can we go to the next slide? All right. So there you go. So you got the answer. Creating as you go is definitely a better approach than to just have everything set and just set a schedule and release everything, because continuous improvement is always better than delayed perfection. And so you create a rough plan of episodes to guide you, or you have an outline for you, but always make room for change. Even if I tell you everything right now, there's always something you will learn on yourself. So just leave room for improvement as you go along, right? Let's just get into the technical part of it. I'm not going to keep you for too long. I know we're behind on schedule. So the first thing you want to do is obviously outline your content and design your show. Do you have one host? Do you have 2 hosts? Is it a panel? Is it an interview show? Is it a solo show? That's completely up to you. But you have to have that set from the beginning. The picture has to be clear for you, just to make it easier to work with. And then after that, there are three technical things that you will need. So you'll need a host platform, and that's a distributor website that will post your content for you on all the mainstream apps that you will want to use. The one I'm using currently is called Buzzsprout, and that usually involves a small subscription fee just to keep everything on the other apps. After that, you will need a good quality audio editing software. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It doesn't have to be very sophisticated or very complicated. The one I use is called Audacity, and it's a very, very simple software, and it's super easy to use. And it doesn't require previous knowledge of editing. So it's very, very user-friendly. Obviously, if you are familiar with the other softwares, then you can go ahead and use that. But that's a beginner-friendly software. And then the last thing you would need is a high quality mic for crisp and clear audio, because that is the soul of your podcast. If you don't have an audio that's clear and easy to listen to, no one is going to want to keep listening, right? I would get my hands on all of these things and get familiar with them before I start reaching out to people to interview or collect a team or anything. And never be afraid to reach out. In this case, LinkedIn is truly your best friend. Everyone is on LinkedIn, and there are so many people doing great things that would help add value to your content. And once you have all this down, I think your podcast is ready to go. And I hope I've shared some useful information, and I've made it easier for people to think about creating a podcast. They're super fun, and they're very engaging, and it's a casual way of learning that is my preferred method, honestly. And that's it. Good luck.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mariam. It was such an informative session, and I'm sure that it is going to help so many professionals and their services for patients, and also to enhance their personality as well. Now, I would like to give over to Dr. Nabil Said Qureshi to continue this session. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Am I audible?
Yes, doctor, you are audible.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. On behalf of Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, I welcome you all in the second international conference on innovations in pharmacy. My name is Nabil Said, and I'm currently working as Assistant Manager Pharmacy and Training and Development Coordinator at Creek General Hospital, Karachi. The topic of the next session is caring for people through writing. And for that, we have Dr. Ruh Yusuf with us. Dr. Ruh is a clinical pharmacist trained and experienced in pediatric oncology, bone marrow transplant, and TPN. She holds MPhil in pharmacy degree and has received trainings in Children Cancer Hospital, Egypt, and NIBD, Karachi. She is currently associated with Institute of Child Health and Children Hospital, Lahore. She has always been involved in pharmaceutical research and has published manuscripts and abstracts in international and national journals. She writes a weekly blog, Warriors and Survivors, which showcases children suffering from cancer and related issues. Looking forward to a great session. Over to you, Dr. Ruh, and don't forget to share your screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Nabil. Assalamu alaikum. Let me share my screen first. Assalamu alaikum. I hope my screen is visible and you can hear me.
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Nabil, for such a nice introduction. I am Dr. Yusuf, and the topic I'm going to discuss today is caring for people through writing. Being a pharmacist, care comes to us naturally. We care through our pharmacy services, but caring for people through writing is a different kind of care, and it's an exciting topic as well. Before moving to my presentation, I would like to thank Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan for giving us such a nice platform to share our expertise, our experiences, and grow together. And I am honored to be part of this great organization. So starting with the disclosure, I have no financial interest to disclose. Let's start with the introduction. Writing is one of the best way of communication. It's also the oldest known forms of communication. Any human expression can best be described through writing since long. But in today's age of modern information technology and robotics, writing is facing the risk of becoming a lost art. Still is used by many for communication through social media, through electronic media as well. Moving towards the writing history, writing process evolved out of a necessity. So there was in previous times, there was a need of reliable means for transmitting information, maintaining financial accounts, historical records, and public activities. So researchers divide the progression of written communication in three evolving stages, namely information, communication, and revolution. So I would like to describe the stages one by one. First stage, in early history, a written communication emerged using pictures. People used to draw pictures to convey their messages on stones, on rocks, etc. So in this first stage of information, writing remained constricted to only giving messages, and it was not portable. Second stage comprised or characterized with information. Paper, papyrus, clay, wax, etc. were used, and people used to starting or making using alphabets that make language uniform far and wide. Then a revolution came with the information or with the invention of the printing press in 15th century. That's called the Gutenberg printing press. The third and last stage, which is still going on, is characterized by the transfer of information through control waves and electronic signals. So let's move on to the next topic, like writing for a cause. Cause always there is always a cause behind the writing. Cause is defined as the objective which has a life-changing impact, which requires loving terms or lifelong commitment. A cause may be ideological or it may be physical. Ideological, like you believe in some democracy and you want to spread or inform or convey the democracy ideology. And physical, like gaining independence. Writing for a cause is an endless effort, though all writings do not have cause, but every writing has some or few purposes. Writing for a cause is committing to a high objective for longer periods of time. It covers almost sometimes a lifetime of an individual or maybe beyond after the lifetime when the cause is taken up by some other individuals. Writing is also done through for a purpose. Purpose is defined as the reason for which something is done, created, or for which something exists. Purpose is relatively a short-term goal which may be closed after achievement. So there is a difference between purpose and a cause. The cause is a longer duration and purpose is closed after achieving some motive or goal for which you are writing. Writing for a purpose is done in order to achieve certain special objectives. It's a dutiful obligation, not a personal commitment. Example of purposeful writing is to create awareness about vaccination. Recently, we have seen in COVID era, we are still seeing that a lot of writing is done to create awareness about the vaccination or about the COVID information, the spread, and etc. So here comes the caring through writing. So what does the caring means? Caring is an act out of sympathy or empathy, or caring is to handle any matter softly and delicately. Caring is neither commitment, it's a human expression or emotion. It's not an obligation. It may be about animals, anything, or any object, or any goal. So writing is also used for caring, raising awareness, motivation to do good, and generally creating an atmosphere of goodwill. So caring through writing can be done for several ways, and including through information, inspiration, motivation, teaching, mentoring, and analysis. I've just listed down it because I will go through all of these one by one. Writing is done to inform the masses. For example, just I have given the example in the previous slide that you have to that you are writing to inform the public or inform some certain group of people to spread the information, like in COVID era. It's also writing is also done for the inspiration or for the persuasion for any specialized cause or for any purpose. When a person's attitude or behavior are influenced by some communication, or when writing is used to inspire people to do something good. For example, motivational writing or writing to persuade people to join some cause. Yes, writing is also used to motivate people. Like Lama Iqbal used his poetry, his writings to motivate people for independence. Writing is also done to teach people, just like it's always being done since ages, and we are using writing for teaching and for learning as well. Writing is also used for mentoring. It's a one-on-one basis. A mentor writes for a mentee, specially designed writing for the mentee. And about the medical writing, here I've jotted down some tips. The purpose of medical writing is to convey the medical information to the readers in an easily understandable way. So whenever you are preparing or you intend to write for the medical writing, it should be an easily understandable way. The information to be presented should be target specific. It should be presented to suit the level of understanding of the target readers. For example, you are writing for students, you are writing for physicians, or you are writing for the professional peoples like pharmacists. So you have to make your manuscript according to the understanding level of your audience. Medical writing has or serious aspect, its people will take crucial decisions based on what they read or whatever you have written. So it should be after thorough working, after thorough research. The writer should be well educated and should know the subject, whatever he or she is writing. So here I have written some tips for writing. Before writing, anyone who wants to write on any topic or any subject, so should do considerable research before writing. So anything you want to write, you have to read first. So as much as you read, you will be able to write maximally and effectively. Second is present facts correctly, gather information only from trusted sources. So whatever you are going to write will stay forever. So whatever you are writing and consulting anything should be from trusted and fine sources. There is a different tone for different writings. For example, for a website, the written tone should be conversational, and your sentences should be short and to the point, should be easy for the readers. You should explain the medical complex terms and procedures in as simple as a possible way. Because if you are writing your medical things for a simple layman, so he will not understand the medical terms. So you have to write it in simple and easily understandable ways. Written content should be properly structured, bulleted, numbered so that they are easy to understand and easy to read. No grammatical mistakes, sometimes the punctuations, etc. changes altogether the meaning of the sentence. In the end, I have jotted down the 10 commandments, or these are the 10 principles of writing. Anyone who wants to start writing for any purpose, these are the 10 principles you will follow, and you can start writing. First, number one is know what you want to say before you say it. You should be clear enough what is your objective, for what class or what segment you are starting to write. Keep it simple, use bulleted points. You should be clear what's in it for me, what's in it, what you want to write, what is your aim, and what are you writing for the readers. Call to action: if you are motivating, then your writing should be well versed or well enough so that you can persuade them to do action. Do not get bogged down, do not stuck in some subject so that you cannot go further for the writing. Always edit before publishing, spell check, take 5 seconds before hitting send, and then follow up. Always ask, always take feedback after you write. Before concluding, I would like to say writing is a great form of communication. Not only we learn through writing, we are also growing through writing, because you have to read a lot of stuff before writing on any topic. So it's a continuous process and it's an enjoyable one. Thank you so much.
So, writing to care. Thank you, Dr. Rook, for enlightening us to this whole new dimension. And moving towards our last session, and it will be on the topic using telehealth to expand pharmacy services in Pakistan. For that, we have Dr. Arzu with us. Dr. Arzu is a community pharmacist and clinical outreach coordinator in Virginia, USA. She is also associated with doctors as pharmacist in Karachi, Pakistan. She graduated with Doctor of Pharmacy degree and a post-baccalaureate graduate certificate in non-profit management from Virginia Commonwealth University. Her lifelong goal is focused on non-profit pharmacy for underserved populations abroad. Dr. Arzu, over to you for the session. Are you available?
I am. Thank you. So I'm having some trouble sharing my screen. Oh, actually, no, I got it right over here. Let's see. All right, can you all see my screen?
Not yet, Dr. Arzu.
It says that I'm screen sharing.
Dr. Rook, can you please switch off your screen sharing option? Thank you.
Is it working now?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Awesome. Okay. Alrighty. So thank you all. Thank you, Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, for this opportunity. My name is Arzu Musfi, and I will be presenting on telepharmacy in Pakistan. So there's a disclosure statement. I have no interest with doctors or any pharmaceutical linkage in reference to my job. So just a bit of a background, just to introduce myself again, which the introduction already happened, I see. So I'm a doctor of pharmacy, and I did a post-bac graduate certificate in nonprofit management from Virginia Commonwealth University in Virginia, USA. I'm currently a pharmacist with Giant Food in Maryland, which is a grocery store, quite the grocery store in the Washington, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia area. And I'm also a pharmacist with Doctors. Doctors is a company in Karachi, Pakistan. The headquarters is over there. And essentially what they are is a telehealth company, to make it short. So my lifelong goal, as I mentioned, was it's based off of nonprofit pharmacy and underserved populations abroad. And essentially, the reason for that is because, and I can actually go to the next slide, the purpose of this is only one purpose. Why do we need telepharmacy in Pakistan specifically, or actually, as a matter of fact, in any kind of a country where, even in the US, where there are underserved populations. There are underserved populations in every country, in the US, in the UK, in Pakistan, and any other Middle Eastern country or anywhere around the globe. And so healthcare access and quality should be guaranteed to anyone and everyone, regardless of age, gender, location, no matter where you are. The sole purpose of health is to increase your longevity, correct? So as pharmacists, that's what we're there for. We're there to help with lifestyle management, with medication access, and not just medication access, but what are they doing with that medication? Do they know how to take it? Are they taking it correctly? Are we following up with them? So essentially, it's the whole 9 yards, as you can call it. So with the company in Pakistan that I'm with, currently we have a telepharmacy platform. And so the way that we're doing this is we have these village community workers, as you can call them. They essentially are all trained through us at doctors with pharmacists and medical doctors, and they're called Guddi Bajis. So the purpose of this is we have these Guddi Bajis in the local village. And what they do is they provide patients in their own village to a telehealth platform. So they have a tablet that we provide, and they go around to people's homes in these villages, and they ask them, is there anything that you need to address regarding your health? And this is very much tailored to women and children. And why is that? Because women and children in certain countries, unfortunately, are not given the same rights as men, unfortunately, and as far as we've seen, right? And this is not just in Pakistan. This happens here in the US too, in certain areas where quality or access to certain things are not as, essentially they're not accessible to women and children as frequently as they would be to men. And so these Guddi Bajis give these women and children the freedom and the right to discuss their health needs in privacy, in confidential, in confidentiality. And so they go to these patients' homes and they ask them, do you have anything that you need to address? And if they say yes, they go inside. They gather their basic information. The Guddi Bajis gather basic information about the patient. So, they take their blood pressure, they take their blood glucose levels. They do all of these things and they get a history. Okay, so what is your problem? What is going on? Discuss it with us. And they make quick notes, and then they have access to medical doctors through this platform. And what these doctors do is essentially what medical doctors do would be what they would do in person. So if you go into an office, that's exactly what you're doing, correct? You speak with them, you get advice, and then they give you medication accordingly. And so they discuss these health concerns and they advise on lifestyle changes and medication management. Then, if it is needed, they speak with pharmacists thereafter. So if a medical doctor has prescribed a medication, they're then asked to speak to the pharmacist, and then they are counseled on that medication. And essentially, this is where it's not just, I think one of the things in telepharmacy, and actually maybe not just in telepharmacy, but even when you're in person and you have access to healthcare, it's not just a pharmacist's responsibility to ensure your healthcare or your health is intact. It is everyone in that cycle. It's the entire process. So we're looking at Guddi Bajis. These are people who are actually probably the star of the telepharmacy platform. And the reason for that is because they're the ones who are physically going and giving access to these patients who don't have access to it. So it's not just pharmacists. And I think as pharmacists, we have to remember that, that it's inclusive of anyone who's part of your healthcare. So medical doctors, the patient themselves, and then those who are giving the access to these patients. And so that's something that we really focus on, is training these Guddi Bajis to take blood pressure correctly, to take glucose levels correctly. We do training. And not just training for Guddi Bajis, we actually do it for the pharmacists who are in the company as well. So we do continuing education. We have monthly sessions on what we should, update on. So any guidelines like diabetes guidelines, are they updated? So what are the updates? How should we go about it? And so this is kind of the way that Doctors continues this telepharmacy platform. So something that I like to speak about are improvements, because in any kind of a platform, in anything in your life, essentially, there's always an improvement that you can give, correct? Or you can improve on something. So with telepharmacy or with any telehealth consult, we want to be able to increase the scope of access throughout all these provinces. So Doctors currently is scattered throughout. And I'm sure there are other companies in Pakistan who have the same or maybe a similar platform. They're scattered throughout all of these provinces and they give access. But it doesn't necessarily mean that all the villages in these provinces are given access. So we go to one village, but then maybe the next village is 20 miles out. So how are we giving them access? Have we thought about that? How are we going to ensure that one part of the province isn't given more preference to the other? So I think this is something that not just Doctors, but any kind of a telehealth platform in Pakistan, we have to be able to reach out to all the villages. We also have to break down barriers. So when I physically had gone to Pakistan and we went to Bhavalpur, there was a lot of quality assurance that we had done. And the reason for that is because of the fact that barriers are a huge issue in rural areas. And so transportation to health facilities, how are these patients getting there? And say we even do prescribe a medication to them. How do we know that one, they will actually be picking it up? And then two, how are they actually physically getting there? And if they get there, do they have the right medication? Do they have the right quality medication? So these are all, this is all essentially a process that we have to kind of break down and do a quality assessment for. And the other thing is, kind of going back on ensuring quality medications, this is more on a national level, I would say. It's not necessarily just on a local level. So what is DROP doing about ensuring quality medications? I'm still learning more about DROP myself, but this is something that I'm sure they are improving on, and I've seen some improvements in regards to ensuring that quality medications are available. We also have to be able to provide a wide variety of over-the-counter and prescription medications. So going back to these Guddi Bajis, they hold these OTC baskets with them. They bring it to the patient's home. And the reason for that is because we've given access to a very limited amount of over-the-counter medications so that they can get it right away. But they don't have we don't have everything that we can provide to them. So how are we going to provide more access? And with the access, how are we ensuring that the quality or the transportation from point A to point B, how are we ensuring that the quality isn't deterred? So, are we logging temperature of the transport system that we're using? How are we making sure that it's not degraded, essentially? We're also increasing health awareness we have to increase health awareness and literacy through campaigns and other educational means. So this can mean medication pamphlets. This is not just for rural areas, actually, this is also for the city. If they're picking up a medication, how are we ensuring that these medications are being taken correctly? How do we know that they aren't having side effects where it is harming their life more than benefiting? So how are we going to do this? Do we have a platform in place through not just telepharmacy, but in person? Are we ensuring that they know how to take the medication, to watch out for any side effects? Are we doing any campaigns to help increase their literacy about health? Because not just in Pakistan, but I've seen it here in the US, where a lot of people actually don't know what kind of side effects come with medications. They actually don't know what they're taking. They don't even know how to say the name of the medication, which, very honestly speaking, I think even pharmacists may not know how to say more than half the medication names, correct? And so, how are we ensuring this? Again, this is all kind of a process, and this is all intertwined. And lastly, increasing the scope of practice for pharmacists. I'm sure someone may have already touched up on this, but can pharmacists administer vaccines? And why is it that pharmacists can't? Because of the fact that, medical doctors are given the right in Pakistan and other communities to, provide vaccine. But why should they have to wait at the doctor's office instead of instead of just going to the pharmacy, which can maybe take about, no more than 10 minutes. And these are some of the things that in the United States we've incorporated. And we physically go to, offices, even doctors' offices, and we tell them that, hey, we can provide you the vaccine. We can administer the vaccine physically.
Sorry for the interruption. A reminder for the shortage of time. Thank you.
Sure. Yep. So just finishing up here. So these are kind of the things that, we want to look on in terms of improving Pakistan's telepharmacy platform. This was just a picture of the Telepharmacy Transform project. These are all our Goody Bajis. These are all our pharmacists, administration, etc. This is just a small group. I'm sure we're missing like a couple of people here as part of the telepharmacy platform. But this is just something to note that, it's not just pharmacists who are involved in the healthcare process in telepharmacy. It's all around with Goody Bajis, with medical doctors, with patients. So we need everyone in on increasing a patient's health. So this is my contact information, my email, my phone number. You can WhatsApp me. Find me on LinkedIn. I'm a big LinkedIn user, and I love to chat with new people and kind of get their perspective. I do live in the US, so just as a heads up, maybe time will be a little different, but I'm always open to talk. And I hope you enjoyed my presentation. I would love some feedback, if not right now, because we're shortage on time. But reach out to me through phone or LinkedIn, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Arzu. I must say this is a great initiative and a unique initiative, and more power to all the organizations working for the betterment of people. And now it's time for the closing ceremony. Over to you, Dr. Sidiki.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Jazakallah khair, Nabil. I just want to congratulate all of our volunteers, those who have attended the 2 days of conference. I think it was awesome to be with all of you, and I'm hopeful that you learned something from this. I only have 3 small points to make. First of all, remember the intention for which you attended any of these sessions, be it informatics, how to make the electronic health records better, or a research workshop, or attending a presentation about how to use writing, speaking, or perhaps what Arzu just presented on telehealth. It doesn't matter what you learned today. Make sure that your niyyah or your intention was to take this information and help an individual. So saving one life is equal to saving the whole humanity. And we learned that in Surah Ma'idah in the Quran. Point number 2, have the internal drive. Do not depend on others to do things for you. Point number 3, be optimistic. We discussed this in my presentation. Be optimistic in a sense that tomorrow will always, inshallah, be better than today. So these are the 3 take-home messages. We wanted to go to next agenda item, which is the announcement of our abstract winners. So for that, I would like my colleague Omar Hafiz to be available, and let's see if my IT skills work this time. Before that announcement, we would like to invite you, inshallah, to be ready for the presentation of Innovation in Pharmacy 3rd edition on September 16, 17, 2022. So same time frame approximately, and we'll be present in a better way next year. So first, we will go with the announcement of winners for our practitioner posters. I'll start with 3rd position, Dr. Abdullah Al-Zahrani. They presented on the causes of vancomycin dosing error, problem detection, and practical solutions, a retrospective single-center cross-sectional study. The second place winner was Dr. Amna Jahangir. She presented the impact of fasting on INR in Ramadan on Muslim population taking warfarin. Omar Hafiz.
Thank you, Dr. Sidiki, and thank you everyone for joining us. The first position goes to Dr. Niyash Javed, and her paper title was Outpatient Medication Reconciliation with Electronic Medical Record. Congratulations all.
So we congratulate you all. We congratulate you all. Inshallah, e-certificates will be sent to you. And now we move on to our winners from the academia side. Third position went into the co-presenters, Dr. Madiha Mustafa and Dr. Muhammad Ali Sher. They presented on formulation and evaluation of multi-purpose herbal cold cream. So congratulations. Second position went to Dr. Sarmat Iqbal on the title of paper to evaluate the students' perspective on influence of internship in selecting their career. Dr. Omar.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to both of you. For first position, Dr. Zakir Khan, his paper title was Evaluation of Parental Self-Medication in Children and Associated Factors. There was a cross-sectional study in Adana and Turkey. Sorry. So congratulations, Dr. Zakir Khan, for your wonderful work. Thank you.
So congratulations to all of you. I really would like to take just 30 seconds to thank our judges who really put in a lot of time to make this a success. So thank you very much for your time, and to all of our volunteers. I think we are all gathered here right in this room. So can I kindly ask you to put your videos on if you can. All volunteers who haven't made it in the room, can you kindly come here?
Thank you for inviting, sir.
No problem. So we identified some stars. We had some new talents discovered, from making flyers to presenting as moderators. You name it. I honestly believe कि अल्लाह ताला की ये जो नेमत है इसका जितना भी शुक्र अदा किया जाए वो कम है. I am honestly speechless कि किस तरह से लोगों ने जो है वो hours and hours and you know yourself. I'm not going to take names इसलिए कि उसमें क्या होता है कि गलती से कोई नाम रह जाता है, and I don't want to have that guilty feeling. You know who you are. मैं सिर्फ ये कह सकता हूँ कि अल्लाह ताला आपको इसकी जज़ा दे कि आप लोग जो भी काम इस वक्त कर रहे हैं, it's honestly something unthinkable just 2 years back, right? और अब जो है वो देखें, things are going from where to where, and inshallah it will continue to be better. Again, मैं आप सब लोगों को दोबारा ये remind कराऊंगा, don't be, I'm sure कि you won't be, don't be boastful. कभी भी शैतान को अपने दिमाग में नहीं आने दें कि we are better than anybody else. We are just doing our part. हो सकता है हमारी जगह कोई और कर जाता, अल्लाह ताला ने हमको ये मौका दिया है कि हम ये काम कर दें. Open floor, लेकिन chat box में it would be very nice. And again, ये exercise हमेशा मुश्किल होती है, ठीक है? If you're ready, here it comes. In chat box, इससे पहले कि हम लोगों की ख्यालात सुने, in chat box, one word, how will you describe this conference? One word. आपके experience से मिला के जो भी आपको सोचना है, let's see if we can do one word.
सर मैं कुछ कहूँ सर, कोई नहीं बोल रहा.
नहीं सब टाइप कर रहे हैं, लेकिन आप बोलें, बिल्कुल बोलें उमर.
नहीं सर, मैं सबका शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा, स्पेशली उन लोगों का, वॉलंटियर्स का, स्टूडेंट्स का, मॉडरेटर्स का और स्पीकर्स का, और मतलब जो भी लोग इसमें किसी भी तरह इन्वॉल्व रहे हैं, सबकी टीम एफर्ट से ये हुआ है, और सबकी टीम एफर्ट के बगैर ये पॉसिबल नहीं था. सो थैंक यू ऑल, और ओवर टू यू.
शुक्रिया जनाब. अच्छा अब जो है we have one or 5 screens gallery view में, तो who is good at taking pictures? तो मैं ये चाहूँगा कि one screen at a time.
I have been taking
कंगी कर,
screenshots since you
अच्छा ठीक
asked.
है, ओवैस आप कंगी कर लें ओवैस.
हमजा और उवैस हैं यहाँ पे?
ओवैस को हाँ जी बिल्कुल है, वो मैं कह रहा हूँ उनको कंगी कर लें, मुझे जरूरत नहीं पड़ती अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह.
जी सर मुझे आगे
हमजा और उवैस जो है ये हीरो है हमारे.
बेशक अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह. तो
Sidiki,
आप बताएं, anybody say anything.
yes, अस्सलाम वालेकुम everyone. तो मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ अपनी टीम, स्पेशली डॉक्टर खौला, डॉक्टर पिंजा, डॉक्टर कोमल फिजा, डॉक्टर इस्माइल, and special thanks to Dr. Zaid. They worked really very hard and they were very nice. और आपने देखा होगा कि कितने तमाम लोगों को कांटेक्ट करना, फिर उनसे उनके एब्स्ट्रैक्ट लेना, फिर उन्हें इवेल्युएट करना. रियली दे डिड ग्रेट जॉब. थैंक्स टू ऑल, और स्पेशली जजेस का मैं शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहूँगा जिन्होंने हमें टाइम दिया, हमारे एब्स्ट्रैक्ट को इवेल्युएट किया. और इसके साथ पूरी टीम का, आईटी टीम, डॉक्टर उमर और डॉक्टर सिद्दीकी, आपकी गाइडेंस का thanks a lot. This was fantastic. This was a really great experience, learning environment. We achieved a lot. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah sir, thank you.
I would like
one last word I want to say.
Especially, I dedicate my comments to Dr. Mansoor and Dr. Siddiqui. It reminds me of a quotation of Jack Ma. He says that it's very hard to make the smart people come together and work together, because smart people don't work together. They try to work independently. So hats off to Dr. Siddiqui, Dr. Mansoor, Zishant, and every other person who organized and managed to make these smart people come together and work together and make this conference successful. So hats off and thank you so much.
So the last couple of words I would like to say with the conclusive remarks. I would like to say thanks to all organizers, scientific committee members, all the organizing committee members, volunteers for putting great effort for this great conference. And we have learned a lot in this conference. We have so many positives to take forward to move on in advancing pharmacy practices in Pakistan. We had the stakeholders coming to our conference, our keynote speaker, and our chief guest. He was here. He extended full support to us if we would like to advance pharmacy practice in Pakistan. And one of the things that we learned that we lack the competencies in Pakistan, particularly in the public sector. And probably what we have in some of the private sector, we need to replicate that in the government sector. And for that, we need to have we learned that we need to have a good residency training program. So we have lots of positive things to take from this conference to move on, and lots of responsibilities that we shoulder right now. After we had the discussion with the stakeholders in Pakistan, we really have to move forward with a positive energy. And for that, I would like to say once again, thanks to everyone who participated in this conference. And thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
वालेकुम सलाम. और ये याद रखें कि बहुत सारे लोग जो है वो आज हमें इस वक्त ज्वाइन नहीं कर सके, तो मैं उन सब का बहुत बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ. उन फैमिली मेम्बर्स का जिन्होंने हमारे लिए इन चीज़ों को आसान किया, हम उनको भी नहीं भूलेंगे इंशाल्लाह ताला. उनके लिए भी दुआ है इंशाल्लाह. Open floor. We have 7 more minutes to wrap up inshallah. So anybody. मैं भी पिक करना शुरू करूँ. नबील सईद, आपसे शुरू करते हैं. नबीला कर दिया था, right? I know who that is. आप unmute करें please.
Yes, of course, मैंने उसको notice किया था. But it was a great journey, you can say. Last couple of months, too many hardworking people, too many talented people in single platform. That was something very, very different and unique. And no doubt it was an extraordinary journey. And I'm very, very happy to conclude it so positively in this way. now happening, looking, I'm very happy.
We can see that on your face. So Zishan or Shoaib.
Yeah, and also to our moderator team leader, Zishan Bhai. Thanks to you too.
Sir, I would like to thank our moderator team. Nabil और साद ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से compliment किया और जी जितने भी moderators थे last minute जितने changes थे.
Yes.
I'm getting.
वो तो organizing committee की problem थी.
So I'm getting इनको बस सर ये कहना चाहूँगा moderator team साद नबील और जो जितने भी moderators हैं उनका thank करना चाहूँगा. They really helped, they really worked hard. Last minute changes accept किए और काफी सारी bios available नहीं थी उसमें बहुत time और मेहनत लगा. So again, alhamdulillah all's well that ends well. So alhamdulillah बहुत अच्छी conference है. Last year से काफी सारी improvement है, काफी सारी चीजें हमने learn की. इंशाल्लाह next conference में improvement करेंगे और मदद करेंगे.
Shoaib Shamas, before we go to Hafsa.
जी सर, मुझे आज वो दिन याद आ रहा है जो कि लास्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस का दिन था और इसी तरह हम सारे इकट्ठे हुए थे. आज मैं बहुत से नए चेहरे देख रहा हूँ इस जगह पे और मैं कहता हूँ कि ये सक्सेस है कि इतने बड़े प्लेटफॉर्म पे इतने मतलब एस्टेब्लिश फार्मासिस्ट और इतने टेक्निकल स्टाफ जो है वो इस वक्त जो हमारे साथ है इस वक्त और मोस्टली जो कि बिल्कुल यंग ब्लड है वो डेफिनेटली इसमें अंदर है. और मैं कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट करता हूँ पूरे फार्मेसी कम्युनिटी को क्योंकि एक सक्सेसफुली रन करना और इतने अच्छे तरीके से रन करना और इतनी अच्छी ऑडियंस के साथ रन करना इज़ क्वाइट डिफ़िकल्ट. और एक ये है कि एक लोकेशन पे नहीं बैठे हुए, मल्टीपल साइट्स मल्टीपल लोकेशंस पे बैठ के इसको ऑर्गेनाइज करके और सक्सेसफुली इसको अचीव करना ये बड़ी ग्रेट सक्सेस है. तो हैट्स ऑफ टू एवरीवन हु पार्टिसिपेट इन दैट.
बहुत शुक्रिया शोएब. अच्छा, आप लोगों से एक सवाल है. आई एम श्योर कि यकीनन आप लोगों को उसका जवाब पता है. दैट्स व्हाई आई एम आस्किंग दिस कि हमारे टीम में से इस वक्त एक जो शख्स मौजूद है जो सबसे ज्यादा बोलता है जी सर, यस सर, मैम और सॉरी, वो कौन है?
ज़ीशान अली.
ज़ीशान अली. तो ज़ीशान अली आप कुछ बोलें प्लीज.
सर वो दो बार भी सर बोलते थे कभी.
ज़ीशान अली, आपसे सुनने के लिए हम सब बेताब हैं.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम.
सर बोल दो.
जी सर नहीं,
सर नहीं बोलना.
दो
सर हो गए. हाँ,
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, इतनी इज्जत देने के लिए. मतलब मुझे नहीं यकीन होता कि आप लोग को मेरे में पता नहीं क्या अच्छा लगता है, लेकिन आप लोग वाकई जो है ना इज्जत के लायक है और माशाल्लाह आप लोग सारे माशाल्लाह बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. तो मुझे सिर्फ खाली ये खुशी होती है कि मेरा आप लोगों के साथ कनेक्शन है और आप लोग इतना रिगार्ड देते हैं. बस मैं ये कह सकता हूँ.
ठीक है, क्विकली अफसा के बाद जो है we'll hear from our newcomers हमजा और अवैस और इज्जा.
सर बस आपको गिविंग बैक टू फार्मेसी टीम के बिहाफ पे आपकी फैमिली को और मैम को हमारी तरफ से बहुत ज़्यादा जो है शुक्रिया कीजिएगा कि उन्होंने आपको अलाउ किया हम सबको ये कॉन्फ्रेंस करने के लिए एंड वी आर वेरी थैंकफुल फॉर हर एंड योर फैमिली.
हाँ, लेकिन आपको ये नहीं पता कि रिश्वत उसके बदले क्या देनी पड़ेगी, तो बहरहाल बाद में बताऊंगा इंशाल्लाह.
सर वो हम सबको देनी पड़नी है.
सर आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड.
सबसे महंगी होती है
सर, ये सबको देनी पड़ेगी, टेंशन ना ले.
सबको देनी पड़ेगी.
सर प्लीज मुझे ज़ीशान से लेनी है.
सर डोंट डिस्क्लोज.
इंशाल्लाह
सर प्लीज.
इंशाल्लाह आई विल डू दैट सेपरेटली. ज़ाद आप खामोश हैं काफी देर से, इसके बाद इज्जा और हमजा अवैस के पास जाते हैं.
बहुत शुक्रिया सर. अस्सलाम वालेकुम सबको. बेहद मुबारकबाद के मुस्तहिक हैं जितने भी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी थे. बस सर मैं एक शेर कहना चाहूँगा गिविंग बैक टू फार्मेसी इन पाकिस्तान के लिए कि वो कहते हैं कि जब अपना काफिला अज़्मो यकी से निकलेगा, जब अपना काफिला अज़्मो यकी से निकलेगा, जहाँ से चाहेंगे रास्ता वहीं से निकलेगा. वतन की मिट्टी हमें एड़ियाँ रगड़ने दे, वतन की मिट्टी हमें एड़ियाँ रगड़ने दे, हमें यकीन है कि चश्मा यहीं से निकलेगा. तो इंशाअल्लाह सर चश्मा निकल गया है और ये अपने ताजगी से पूरे पाकिस्तान की फिजाओं और उनकी ज़मीनों को मुअत्तर और मुअज्जल करेगा इंशाअल्लाह.
जबरदस्त, जज़ाकल्लाह खैर. हमजा, आप या अवैस कुछ भी बोलना चाहते हैं, प्लीज. We'll wrap up in next 3-4 minutes, इंशाल्लाह.
सर मैं सबसे पहले तो शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ JBTP का टीम का, जिन्होंने हमें एज अ जूनियर यहाँ पे एक मौका दिया कि हम अपना टैलेंट यहाँ पे शो करवा सकें. क्योंकि फार्मेसी में एज अ जूनियर आना इतना, कहते हैं कि जब हम 3rd ईयर में, जैसे अभी मेरा स्टार्ट ही है इतना, तो मैं प्रोफेशनल से सीख रहा हूँ अभी, तो मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगता है कि जब इस तरह आके प्रोफेशनल्स की तरह मुझे ट्रीट किया जाता है और इस तरह मुझे सीखने का काफी मौका मिला है. तो मैं बहुत शुक्र अदा करना चाहता हूँ कि अल्लाह ने मुझे ये मौका दिया और आपने मुझे इस चीज में अहल समझा कि मैं यहाँ पे टीम मेंबर बनने के काबिल हूँ. थैंक यू सर.
बहुत बहुत awesome work, Hamza.
You are Superman, Hamza.
Sir, I'm exclusively unspeakable to show my humble gratitude and कहाँ से शुरू किया जाए समझ से बाहर है. मैं सबसे पहले तो वो सर का थैंक्स अदा करना चाहूँगा कि उन्होंने आपको एक कॉम्प्लीमेंट किया था कि आपने काम किया, आप स्मार्ट लोगों को एक जगह पे लेके आए. और ये बात बिल्कुल सही है कि स्मार्ट लोग जो हैं वो अकेले अकेले काम करते हैं, वो आपस में काम नहीं कर सकते. वो जब ढेर सारे दिमाग इकट्ठे हो जाए ना तो फिर सजेशंस आती हैं, क्लैशेस होते हैं. इन सबको करना मेरे ख्याल में एक बहुत टफ काम है, जो कि आप दोनों ने बहुत अच्छे से किया है. सर उमर ने, आपने, बाकी टीम ने भी. बट मेरा डायरेक्ट रहा आप दोनों के साथ, इसलिए मैं आपको एड्रेस कर रहा हूँ. बाकी सबको भी बहुत ज़्यादा कंग्रेचुलेशन और बहुत ज़्यादा शुक्रिया हम लोगों को मौका देने के लिए. और इन फ्यूचर भी मैं पूरी कोशिश करूँगा कि अपना पोटेंशियल दूँ और इंशाल्लाह पाकिस्तान को हम कुछ प्रोवाइड करेंगे. ले तो हम इससे ले ही रहे हैं, लेकिन इंशाल्लाह हम इसको कुछ वापस भी देंगे. थैंक यू सो मच सर.
इंशाल्लाह. जबरदस्त. इज़्ज़ा बाबर, फातिमा, आप लोग जो भी कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं, प्लीज.
Sir, I'd just like to say कि it's great to be the part of a team. और उसके अलावा मतलब इतने लोगों को एक फील्ड के बारे में enthusiastic देखते हुए बंदे को खुद भी मोटिवेशन होती है. तो मतलब that's a great source of motivation for me as a final year student in pharmacy. क्योंकि it's not that often you see people being passionate about the subjects they study, even though मतलब काफी सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो शायद अपनी मर्जी से ना भी आए हों, लेकिन still I believe कि किसी भी जगह पे अगर आप excel करना चाहें तो you can do that. So I feel like इस platform पे आके आपको एक opportunity दी जाती है. So I am immensely grateful to you for that.
बहुत शुक्रिया. Anyone else? फातिमा,
Yes,
लबीबा.
sir.
अच्छा,
I do want
लबीबा
to
ने एक
add,
सवाल पूछा था. जी, go ahead. जी
I
फातिमा.
just wanted to say कि last year के comparison में and then this year, I'm just so proud of the progress we've made, because the coordination and especially जो the marathon marketing team I was a member, so it's truly been really like enhanced this year, and the experience has been so well. So just congratulations to everybody, and especially all the juniors who made the flyers. You made our work really easy. So jazakallah for that.
थैंक यू. साद अब्दुल्ला, आप जो हैं वो काफी देर से खामोश हैं.
सर थैंक यू सो मच. बहुत अच्छा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है. काफ़ी डायनामिक टीम थी और जिसे कहते हैं ना कि तरह तरह के अच्छे लोगों से मिलने का मौका मिला. और थैंक यू सो मच आपके ट्रस्ट के लिए और जिशान भाई की गाइडेंस के लिए. और नबील, हम सब लोगों ने मिलकर काम किया और जितने भी मॉडरेटर्स थे सब ने बहुत अच्छा प्रेजेंट किया. इसके साथ ही इख्तिताम करूँगा. एक शेर है कि हवाए शब तुझे आइंदगां से मिलना है, सो तेरे पास अमानत है गुफ्तगू मेरी. शुक्रिया.
वाह, जबरदस्त. वेरी नाइस. लबीबा जहांगीर. मैं किसी को मिस नहीं करने जा रहा हूँ. Anybody wants to say anything?
सर हरीम फारूकी पूछना चाह रही हैं कि she wants to join GBTPP as a volunteer, so she is more than welcome. आप प्लीज एक्नॉलेज कर दीजिए.
या उसमें कर रही हैं, किसमें?
सर चैट बॉक्स में. जी, हरीम फारूकी.
और here?
जी सर, चैट बॉक्स इसी जूम में.
Okay, yes, of course. अच्छा ठीक है, ऑफ कोर्स, यू आर वेलकम। ठीक है, इंशाल्लाह ताला। आपको नबीबा जहांगीर शायद बताएंगे नहीं, लेकिन मैं बता देता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझसे एक सवाल पूछा था, आर यू हाफ अरब? आई एम सॉरी फॉर रिवीलिंग प्राइवेट कन्वर्सेशन। अब आपका क्या ख्याल है?
डॉक्टर, आई एम नॉट श्योर येट, क्योंकि मैं खुद बहुत डाइवर्स मैं बहुत खुद डाइवर्स कल्चर
नो प्रॉब्लम, इंटरनेशनल।
It's very difficult, to interpret everyone.
True. I'm just kidding. Any word from you?
But overall, I would like to say a few lines. Over this experience, क्योंकि मैं almost 6 months ago मैंने join किया है, but the enthusiasm I see in everyone, in each and every individual, it's tremendous. मतलब, I thought either pharmacy, overall in Pakistan, it's not that much recognized, but right now, because of people like you are making it recognizable all over the world, and I wish कि जो standard है हमारी pharmacy का हमारी country में, वो इंशाल्लाह टक्कर पे जाएगा जो western countries से है. I really wish that, and I am really congratulating each and everyone who has made even little efforts, क्योंकि कहते हैं कि teamwork makes the dream work. So I feel inshallah, by the time we can, make this more, we can keep it, we'll keep this overall, this organization famous, inshallah.
I think let me give you a secret. मेरे कम से कम ख्याल में ये, before I ask Dr. Mansoor Khan to make dua and conclude the conference, मेरा ये ख्याल है कि जब हमारे बोर्ड की तश्कील हुई थी about couple of years back, जिन लोगों ने इस काम में शमूलियत इख्तियार की और उस वक्त से कर रहे हैं, उनके पास दो चीज़ें थी जो कि हमारा सरमाया है, and इंशाल्लाह ताला next hand over करेंगे. I hope that they will continue doing it. Number one, they had the right intention to make a difference, और किसी के लिए नहीं, सिर्फ अल्लाह ताला के लिए. Number two, the respect for each other. And I believe कि ये जो दो ingredients हैं, that's the reason for our success so far, in my opinion. इंशाल्लाह ताला अल्लाह ताला आप सब लोगों को हिफाजत में रखे. Dr. Mansoor Khan, आप unless you have somebody else to say something, Dr. Mansoor Khan, if you can please make dua and we can conclude.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
Rana Kamran, go ahead.
थैंक यू वेरी मच सर. सबसे पहले सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपने मौका दिया बोलने के लिए, और दूसरा आप सबके साथ काम करके बहुत मज़ा आया, बड़ा अच्छा लगा. ख़ास तौर पे जो एंडिंग कमेंट्स हैं मैं सबके बहुत मज़े से सुन रहा था और बहुत इंजॉय कर रहा था, बड़ा अच्छा लग रहा था. और सबसे अच्छी चीज़ ये थी कि एक वर्चुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस होने के बावजूद ऐसे लग रहा है कि जैसे हम वहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और आपस में इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हैं. तो इंटरेक्शन बहुत अच्छा था, और सबसे अच्छी मैनेजमेंट बहुत अच्छी थी, और जितने भी मेंबर्स थे, मॉडरेटर्स थे, जो लोग थे, सब ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से पार्टिसिपेट किया. बल्कि मुझे ऐसे लगा है कि मोर देन फुल एफर्ट्स हर बंदे ने अपनी तरफ से दी है, और बहुत वेल ऑर्गेनाइज था और बहुत सिस्टमेटिकली चलता रहा. आई रियली लाइक इट, और इंशाल्लाह मैं उम्मीद करूंगा कि हम आने वाले भी जो सी कॉन्फ्रेंसेज हों उसमें हम सब शरीक हों, और बढ़ चढ़ के शरीक हों, और इससे ज़्यादा बेहतर जो नताइज हों वो हमें हासिल हों. थैंक यू वेरी मच सर.
I think Harim wants to say something, and Dr. Mansoor, then you, unless somebody else has anything.
Assalamu alaikum, sir.
जी, go
सर,
ahead.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आप लोग को?
जी, आपकी आवाज आ रही है, आप कंटिन्यू करें प्लीज.
जी सर, मैं आई एम स्टूडेंट, मैं अभी फाइनल ईयर, मैंने आई एम ग्रेजुएट, और कराची यूनिवर्सिटी से मैंने ग्रेजुएशन किया है. एंड मुझे बहुत इंफॉर्मेटिव लगा. तो मैंने दोनों दिन बिल्कुल कंटिन्यूसली, मैंने एक भी स्किप नहीं किया अपना सेशन, और सारे सेशंस दिए अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अपनी वर्कशॉप अटेंड की, एंड आई रियली इंजॉयड. और सबसे ज़्यादा अच्छी बात ये है कि बहुत ज़्यादा मोटिवेटेड हो गई हूँ. टीचर्स को मैंने अपने यहाँ पे देखा, मेरी डीन है मैम राहेला थी हमारे टाइम पे, उन्हें देखा, उनको देख के बहुत अच्छी फीलिंग्स आई। सर फारूक का इंटरव्यू देखा, उनको देख के बहुत अच्छा लगा। तो काफी मतलब एक जो फार्मेसी से रिलेटेड एक सबके माइंड में होता है, इवन घर वालों के माइंड में भी होता है कि जैसे मतलब अब क्या करना है क्या नहीं करना, और इतना ज्यादा रिकॉग्नाइज नहीं है। तो खुद जो है ना डीमोटिवेट हो जाता है इंसान। लेकिन इस सेशन के बाद बहुत ज्यादा मोटिवेशन मिला है मुझे, और मैं खुद एज अ वॉलंटियर यहाँ पर अप्लाई करना चाहती हूँ सर।
Inshallah, Zarur, we'll stay in touch. Dr. Mansoor, please.
I think I'm conclude to cut चुके हैं. I have already given my conclusive remarks with the positive thing that we learned from this conference and how can we move forward. And other thing is that the person, I think her name was Hareen. We really wanted to inject this kind of motivation and enthusiasm in our pharmacy professionals, particularly the young pharmacy professionals who just start their career, so they can take positive energy and move forward. So I wish good luck, inshallah. The things that we are going to shoulder on our, the responsibility that we are going to shoulder, and the positive thing that we are taking from this conference, we will inshallah take it to Pakistan to advance our pharmacy practices in Pakistan. And we pray to Allah, may Allah help us, this organization Giving Back to Pharmacy in Pakistan, कि हम इसी तरह से आपस में जुड़े रहें और अल्लाह हमें कामयाबी अता फरमाए। और इसी दुआ पे इक़दाम करते हैं। और एक चीज़ मैं कहना चाहूँगा साइंटिफिक कमेटी के चेयरपर्सन के हवाले से, I think Dr. Afsa Khuda, I would like to recognize and appreciate her efforts. So if you allow me, Dr. Sidiki, I would like to delegate this responsibility to Dr. Afsa Khuda Khan for the next version of our scientific conference, inshallah.
Definitely,
Okay.
we'll take this recommendation back, और हमारी core team से board से बात करके we will certainly inshallah ta'ala approve it. So I guess with this, subhanak Allahumma wa bihamdika wa nashhadu an la ilaha illa anta nastaghfiruk wal 'asr innal insana lafi khusr illa alladhina amanu wa 'amilu salihat wa tawasaw bil haqq wa tawasaw bis sabr. सबको अल्लाह के हवाले। अस्सलाम वालेकुम व रहमतुल्लाह।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम व रहमतुल्लाहि व
वालेकुम अस्सलाम।
वालेकुम अस्सलाम। सर दिल नहीं चाह रहा फिर वापस जाने का।
See you inshallah soon. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Have a peaceful sleep, everybody.
Thank you. Jazakallah. Allah Hafiz.
Jazakallah everyone. Allah Hafiz.